And welcome out on YouTube, and thank you for tuning in on this beautiful Saturday night here at the New Egypt Speedway. Normally you would be tuned in for hot laps. Tonight there are not hot laps. We are doing something completely different as we have all the cars in the pits coming out and parking on the front straightaway for FanFest. It is Cameron Autograph Night here at the New Egypt Speedway. All three of our main divisions, plus the vintage cars, are here. We have the modifieds, the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate, Sportsman, and the 4 cylinders all here tonight. And cars are lining up now. And as they come out there, you see Ryan coming down the front straightaway here to line up. And all the cars will be shut off. Once all the cars are out, we will allow the fans to go out on the track and mix and mingle with the drivers and see the cars up close. Great opportunity for you. No Kids Club bus tonight because rather than go through the pits and see the cars, all the cars are going to be out here, and they'll be allowed to go out and look at the cars as well. And for all the action, we have Jim Murdoch and Nick Leach will both be trackside, and I believe Jim has the microphone down there, so let's send it down to Jim Murdoch if he can hear me. Jim, are you there?
Thanks a lot, Pete Wortman. We're down here. They're still getting some more cars parked. And Nikki and I are going to make our way to the front of the grid, and we're going to try to talk to as many of the drivers as we can once everybody gets on the racetrack here. So really, really neat. A great opportunity for you folks in the stands to meet some new drivers, become new fans. And we're coming down here. Nikki, this is really neat. We're live on YouTube. Here we go for the first FanFest in, gosh, how many years has it been?
Well, it's been a while. I think it's been like since 2013, Jim, since they've done this. And now the fans are going to get a chance not only to see the cars and stars of New Egypt Speedway, they're going to get a chance to get up close and personal with the drivers, get an autograph, get a picture taken. Pretty neat deal.
And this is the way that you can make new fans in auto racing. When you come out here, you've got so many young kids coming out here to be able to meet up close and personal with what they believe are their heroes out here. These are the stars, these are the cars, the celebrities, if you will, of New Egypt Speedway. And to have a young child, a young little boy or a little girl meeting that person they're looking up to each and every Saturday night, that's a new fan forever.
Well, this is what starts it, Jim. I mean, you get the kids, they come out here and they see these guys and they're like, okay. And then they look across the way and they see the quarter midget track and they're like, I want to try this, Mom and Dad. And then they try it. You got Ryan Simmons, who started out as a New Egypt Speedway dancer here back in 1998, and now he's winning features.
All right, Nikki, let's go find some drivers. I'll give you the microphone. We'll start up front here and hear what the drivers have to say as they're mingling with all the fans that have come together here this evening.
Well, we got a guy right here, Davey Sammons, who drives this number 79. Davey, we appreciate you bringing your car out here. This is a unique deal for the kids. You do this when we have Trenton, you have a fan fest. Now New Egypt has this big fan fest. Unique deal for the fans to come out here and meet the drivers.
Yeah, I think it's great they're doing this. Like you mentioned, we do this in all of our indoor races. We feel it's an important part. The build a connection between the racers and the fans, the little kids. You know, my girls come to the races every week with their friends. They love coming in the pits afterwards, and they go through the pits and get as many autographs and things like they can at the end of the night, which I remember doing as a kid. So I think it's important that we do this earlier in the night when there's more kids here and get them out here and to meet the drivers. They go around and get the autographs, and it's something they'll remember forever.
It's the future of our sport, Dave. You know they come out here with Mom and Dad. Like I was telling Jim, they see the quarter midget tractor like, Dad, what is that? I want to try that. And next thing you know, Dad and Mom's buying a quarter midget. Next thing you know, they're racing, they're moving up, and they're driving one of these.
Yeah, for sure, it's great. We just took our daughters 2 weeks ago to Wall to Garden State Quarter Midget Club to give them a chance to do an arrive and drive, which they do. It's nice once they're 5, they can go give it a try before you invest in it, and they love it. And you know, you get there and then you see other families that are been involved in the sport forever that have kids running quarter midgets. And good friend of ours, are just unique that we showed up and Jimmy Blewett was there. So Kayla could do it. So our girls got to do it with one of their good friends. So it was cool to be there with another racing family like that, and hopefully the younger generations will keep doing what we're doing.
Let's hear for Davey Sammons in the 70. I'll turn this over to Jim, and he can grab a victim. Jim?
Thank you very much. Well, we're going to go right over here. This gentleman was out a couple weeks ago taking some practice laps. We were just talking over here. The driver of the 4-cylinder Route 130 Chrysler Dodge Jeep number 97, Robbie Steinmets. Robbie, you've had a fast car all year long, and it's a tough division out there. Anybody in that field can win each and every week. Now we're going to bring the fans out here to see how many new fans you'll have after tonight. This is a pretty cool deal.
It is pretty cool. I don't remember. I've only been doing this for, 2.5 years, I think. I don't remember this from the past, so it was either a week that I wasn't here or this is something that hasn't been done in a while.
It's been about a decade at least since we've had the FanFest out here on the front stretch. So a great way for the fans to get up close and personal with the cars, with the drivers. But tell us about how your season's going. I know you've had some incidents, but you were out here testing a couple weeks ago, and you're always fast out there with that hungry pack of 4 cylinders.
Yeah, we most of the season has not gone that great. We've been pretty slow. Turns out I think the car has actually been broken since we built it. I don't think the engine has ever run right. And a couple weeks ago, we finally figured out it was a very simple electrical issue, but we just couldn't ever find it. And once we found it, it idled better, it started easier. I was like, oh my God, we're going to go to the track, and this thing's going to probably feel like it's got another 25 horsepower just because the thing actually runs right now. I mean, it was running so bad that it would overheat, and it melted the throttle cable shroud twice, and I had a hung wide open throttle. So now that it actually runs right, the last time out was our best finish ever. We finally got a top 5 finish. So I'm just hoping for the last couple of races that we can have clean, uneventful races where nothing happens, because despite the fact that we had our best finish, spun out twice and had a flat tire and ripped the right front brake line off and had to clamp it with a pair of vice grips so we could finish the race, and we still finished 5th. So I'm like, man, if we could just have a clean race where nothing happens, maybe we can finish even better than that.
Robbie Steinmetz looking for top 5 at least finish here tonight. He's got the speed back in the automobile. And I believe Nikki Leach has found another driver here with some tough luck last week, looking to turn that around here tonight.
Yeah, we're down here with Ethan Bill. He drives a number 14 crate car, a very good fast runner here. Kind of a crazy deal last week, but we're going to put that behind us, and we're going to race this week, and we're going to get the job done. Pretty neat idea having you guys out here with the fans. I think they're going to let the fans through here, and they're going to start mingling, and you got a lot of fans here, my man.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for all these fans here, we wouldn't be able to put on a show for them. But, yeah, this is cool that we get to come out here and do this.
Well, we appreciate you being here. You got a lot of good sponsors on your car. You chose to make New Egypt Speedway your home, and hopefully you'll get the job done tonight, and I'll be able to talk to you later.
Yeah, first off, Dave Izzy Trucking and Rigging. I can't thank him enough for everything he's done for my short career so far. Brett and Tom Ballard with All County Garage Door. They've another huge help to us. We wouldn't be doing it without them. Fastline Performance, ERK Steering, Dom's Welding Services, Precision Hydraulic and Oil, Hoffman Discount Parts. I'm sure I'm definitely forgetting some, but yeah, I mean we've been having a good run so far this year, and we're kind of out of it, but we're not gonna give up.
Well, that's what it's all about. Keep your eye on this number 14. He'll be up in the front tonight. Get to victory lane, and I'll get to talk to him later. Jim, you got another person you want to talk to, buddy?
Right in front of Ethan Bill, we have last year's 4-cylinder points champion. He has 1 win in 2025. Of course, Prime Rib Racing's Kyle Hurley. Kyle, this is pretty neat. You're already signing some autographs out there with some fans. And you're very good at marketing yourself. How does this compare to what a lot of the drivers are doing? This is a great way for you to make some new fans out there. You already have a lot of fans, and now you're going to probably have some new ones.
Thank you. Yeah, it's cool that Chris put this together. It's different. It's been a while since they've had cars on track where people can actually come and look. You know, you can see almost every division we have here on the track right now, up close and personal. It's cool. I mean, if if you haven't ever got close to one of these cars, now's your chance. Come on down and take a look.
How's the 2025 four-cylinder campaign been working out? I know we had a lot of rainouts. You missed a show or two. You have a win, though, so you kept that streak going. But it's tougher competition this year. A lot of cars have found a lot of speed. We're talking about the Draytons, Dale Mull, Robbie Steinmets again. He's got his electrical issue fixed. So you have a lot of competition out there this year.
Yeah, this year has been a little different. We've had, like you said, a lot of rainouts, and I missed a couple shows for one reason or another. But we're not really running for points this year. We're just trying to have fun. I'm very fortunate to live this close to the track. I love this track. Been coming here almost my whole life, and this class has grown a lot. The speed's definitely picked up, and almost all these cars we have, we're really close in lap times. So it's a fun race to watch because it could be anyone's race. It just depends.
Kyle Hurley, forgetting about the points this year, all about having fun. Nikki?
All right, we're over here at Dom the Bomb Anteneelli's car, and he's letting people draw their hand on the car and sign it and take a little car with them. So Dom done this last year. You trace out your palm of your hand and you put your name in there. Now don't forget, there's a QR code on the screen. Scan that QR code. If you want to buy some New Egypt merchandise, some t-shirts, some hats, some hoodies, going to a little chilly tonight, you might want a hoodie. Scan the QR code and you can get some New Egypt Speedway merchandise, gang. Let's go over here and talk to Dominic Anteneelli. Go ahead, Jim. Put your handprint on there, babe. Dom, we had a public service announcement. We got you some motor parts. You all ready to go?
Prayer during the hot laps won't hurt, but yeah, I think we are. We'll see.
Well, the 88's always a popular car here with the people. Now you got the fans down here with us. They're going to sign your car. Jim's signing it now. I'll sign it after I'm done. Good gesture on your part, Dom.
Hoping for the good luck.
All right, fans, come down here and sign Dominic Anteneelli's car. I'll turn this over to video, Jim. It's my turn, Jim.
You got to trace your hand right up here. That's awesome. Fantastic job. There goes Nikki tracing the hand, leaving the autograph behind. Hopefully we'll give Dom the Bomb some good luck. The engine will hold together. You never know with Dom. That's the fun thing about the unexpected. Let's come up here. Let's try to find Johnny Bangs. Where's Bang Bang Bangs at? Johnny Bangs. Driver of the Balco wheels. 323, meeting a young fan there. Johnny Bangs, let's put you right here in the camera, buddy. Hey, you've had a fast hot rod all year, too. Trying to find victory lane. How close are you, and what is it going to take tonight?
I feel like we've been pretty close. Last about, 4 races now, we've been testing this new 525 program. The motor package seems pretty good. It's a new affordable package for guys to, guys to step up or guys who don't want to spend a ton of money on a spec motor now. It's an alternative. It's another thing for them. I think for tonight, key is just, do well in our qualifying race. It's a little bit different tonight with no hot laps, but this is, this is awesome. But yeah, it's just, get off to a good start, kind of stay up front from there and see what we can do.
So more about this 525. This is a crate big block motor from what I understand, or something along those lines, right?
It's pretty much an LS3. It's built off that package with a racing cam. So it comes out, I think it's a 376 cubic inch. It's all aluminum motor. It's down a little bit of horsepower compared to a spec motor. It's got good torque numbers. We get a weight brake, and I think it bounces out pretty good. I know Ryan likes his. He's been running it. So, but yeah, it's a cool thing to get to try something to help the sport, kind of stay alive, help keep some guys in it, for the price. So.
How are the lap times in that 525?
Good. I think we were the fastest in hot laps last week, so it was pretty good. We've been pretty much right there, even in the features with it, lap time wise. I really sometimes I prefer it to the spec motor. It's like I said, there's going to be times where this is better, where the spec's better, but I feel like this is really balanced for what it is.
All right, Johnny Bangs trying out some new engine combinations here. We're going to spin around, try to find Nick Leach. Oh, Nicky's back over here. Still with Dom the Bomb. Nikki, let's move down this way. Oh, okay. Where's Dylan Morris at in the 30? Okay, Dylan's standing right next to me here. Dylan, a couple years in racing now under your belt. You're getting faster every week. You're starting more up towards the front each and every week. So you're getting better out there. And how does it feel? You know, you've had some speed too and looking really sharp.
Yeah, it feels good. Driver just needs to get better. We keep coming out here every week to try to get better. You know, I want to be next year up there running with the top guys and compete for a win. So this year we're just finishing it up this season, getting the laps under the belt. Especially last year we went from a different car to a new car this year. Total different setup. So we're trying to figure it out.
The experience, you get better and better with the experience. You've had a couple years under your belt now. You feel that speed coming. You feel yourself kind of hanging with the faster guys more laps, don't you?
Yeah, and some of these guys here will help out a lot. You know, I can go to them, ask them for what I'm doing wrong, and they help me. George Garris, big helper with us. He's helped me get a lot better from a couple weeks ago where I went into turn 2 wall and bent the front axle up. Kind of sat down with me, talked, learned what we needed to do, and from there we've been doing a lot better.
Good to hear. Dylan Morris, driver of the number 34 Sportsman, and I think, Nikki, you have another victim over here.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool to see all the people out here, Jim, all the fans, all the kids. This is what it's all about. It's about the kids. It's about the fans. Glenn McIntyre is, I think, what's he doing over here? Signing pictures? Okay. Now, Glenn, we talked a little earlier in the pits. You said, I'm tired of being a magnet. Every time there's a wreck, my car's like a magnet for a wreck. That's not true, Glenn. You're not running too bad.
I'm doing pretty good this year. I don't even want to talk about wrecking. Don't even want to talk about it. I'm doing pretty good, and I'm in a good spot right now, and the car's fast, and I know I can get it going a little faster. I'll be hanging with the big boys.
Well, you're right there.
I'm right there. You're right. I just need to get a tick or two faster. I am right there. You're right.
Well, you got one feature win. We got to get you another one. You got a lot of fans here. They go crazy. They ring them cowbells like crazy up there.
Well, I'd love nothing more to put one in the books for my #1 fan, but we'll see what happens. I'm trying my hardest. Every time I come out on this track, I try and get up front and run as best I can, and that's all I can do is try to do the best I can. So we'll see what happens here tonight. Hopefully, you never know. Maybe you'll see me later.
All right, Glenn McIntyre, he drives that 88. I'll turn it over to video. Jimmy's got another victim. Jim.
Thanks, Nikki. We have a driver that made a switch halfway into the year. He began in Crete Sportsman. Now he's going a heck of a lot faster in a modified. Of course, we're talking about George Garris Jr. Of course, the Garris name legendary here with your dad at the New Egypt Speedway, your second-generation driver here. What's the biggest difference? How are you finding the speed comparisons from the Crate to the modified?
The only real difference is you could save yourself a little in the corner. With the crate cars, you really got to keep the momentum. You break that speed, and you're done. With the modified, you can save yourself a little more.
What made you decide to move up to the division?
Just a last-minute decision. We got a little lucky with some money and some help from people, and we're moving to South Carolina next year, so it'll probably be our last year here. So wanted to give it a try.
Well, we do know a couple of tracks in South Carolina are trying to bring the Crate Sportsman down, so hopefully you can bring your Crate motor down there and bring a chassis or two and race down there at Cherokee and some of the big-time tracks in South Carolina.
Yeah, we'll be in Lakeview in 2 weeks here, so and then we're back down there again in a couple months. But, yeah, they got great track, good people, great hospitality, so we'll be happy to be running there in a few years.
It's kind of neat seeing the Southeast start to grasp a hold of the traditions that have made the Northeast racing scene so popular.
Yeah, and that's a big part because the owner, Scott Tripp from Lakeview, he is originally from up here with it and did the dirt modifies, the Northeast cars, so he likes bringing them down there, and I think it'll work out in a few years.
George Garris hoping some big things in his farewell season racing in New Jersey. Nikki? Up. Hey, Mr. Norsha. Johnny Norsha right behind us here. Of course, I'm not going to turn down candy ever. You're carrying the classic Norsha Brothers black and gold number 81. It's got to be an honor to drive with the Norsha name, the Norsha colors. How's your season going so far?
It's going all right. I mean, can't ask for much else. The car's been surviving every race, which is good. I mean, just, trying to keep the legacy going, try to keep the car a little pretty,
You know, what do you tell the kids, the young kids out here that might be a couple of years younger than you? Do you give them a little history lesson on the meaning of the old 81 and the colors?
Well, I try to, yeah. No, I try to tell them a little bit, you know, get them into the history of the sport, which is really important. But, you know, I'm also trying to, you know, let them have fun, give them a little bit of candy, some stickers and stuff, because that's what's important. You know, they're having fun out here.
All right, Johnny. Well, I got a couple of bags of gummy bears, so I'll turn it back over to Nick Leach.
Jim Steele and Gummy Bears down here now. You have the 81 here. You have the number 7 here. Legendary car in the 81, a legendary car in the number 7. Chris Carback, way overdue. We need to get you in victory lane, my friend.
Need a little luck. Need a rubber rabbit's foot on me or something roll over me.
Or go to New Orleans and find a voodoo lady.
Yeah, sometimes you got to do that. The Mobu from, what was that movie?
Joe Boo, yeah. Major League. Yeah, we can get Joe Boo out here to do you some stuff. Chris, you've had a fast race car. You just ain't been lucky, like you said. But Lord knows you got a fast race car, and Lord knows you can drive it.
Yeah, we're trying, man. I'm praying for it, I tell you that.
All right, keep your eye on this number 7. That's Chris Garback. Jim's over there signing autographs. Jim's just stealing everybody's candy. Go over here and talk to Hunter Plowski. Hunter, one of the 2 guys that share the rookie championship here. The girls are leaving. I come to enjoy the girls. I ain't come to enjoy you. But no, Hunter Plowski comes from a famous family. We were just at the 81. We were just at the 7. Now we're at a 27 with a Plowski in it. That's pretty cool deal. You winning the rookie championship, sharing it with Aiden Spencer. You got to be pretty happy, my man.
Yeah, it's been an exciting year so far. Aiden's a great driver. Rookie season's been great so far. And we got a couple of races left. I'm trying to get good with the big boys, and we'll see what we can do.
The only thing that kind of stinks is that Dad's not here. Usually Dad races their sprinter here, and you guys are all together, and that makes it for a family affair. But you know what? I'm so proud to see you in a car. I'm so proud to see what you're doing. People don't know what you have accomplished to get to this point, and you know what? You need to be very proud of yourself. I'm very proud of you, my man.
That means the world to me. It really does, man.
It means the world to me, too. You just keep doing what you're doing. Right or when you're going to Gordon Cox helping you, who's a sensational person. He's helped me out a lot, too. So just keep doing what you're doing, man.
Thank you very much.
All right, Hunter. Where's Jim? Find another victim, my man.
Well, it's only natural we go from Hunter over to Aiden Spencer to talk to our other half of the rookie winner. So, Photog Ryan, come follow me over this way. Let's be careful that we don't trip over all the kids. Where's Aiden at? Come on over here, young man. Look right at the camera here. And, you know, we just talked to Hunter, Aiden, the co-champion in the rookie division this year. This is really neat. You also have a boatload of candy, too, so hopefully the kids get a hold of it before I do.
Yeah, everybody come on over and see the car, get some pictures, you know. We're figuring out the season here. We've been running consistent. The track's been good. The car's been really good. You know, I'm learning, so it's a pretty good time this year. Hoping to end top 15 in points. That's the goal. That's my goal I set, and you know, if I get that, I'll be happy with it.
What has been the biggest challenge for you coming off that co-championship with the rookies? Now you're back out there with the rest of the talented cast of the Sportsman.
Sometimes, you know, the nerves get to me a little bit. Especially racing around other cars, you know. But I'm getting there, you know. I'm figuring out how to pass people. It's a really big learning curve race going from 3 cars to 24.
Exactly. It sometimes feels like a hornet's nest out there, and you have to be on your feet, on your eyes, peripheral vision all over, watching for trouble all around.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you always got to look a couple cars ahead of you to avoid the wrecks, and so far we've been pretty good getting around them, and hopefully tonight we do that as well. We should start up front in the heat race with the handicapping, and hopefully we start up front for the feature and finish up there.
All right, Aiden Spencer looking for good things as his rookie season starts to come to a close, and we'll kind of work our way back this way. We'll see where Nikki has been. Oh, I hear Nikki. We're going to keep moving back here. Ryan Heim, where's Ryan Heim at? Did we talk to you? No, we didn't talk to you. Ryan Heim in the colorful number 18 here. Ryan, a strong competitor in our Sportsman. How's the season going for you so far? And this is really neat. Look at all the people out here.
I'd say it's going pretty good. We got 2 wins on the year, but we're just struggling for the speed every week. So we figured we'd take this car out this weekend and see what we have with this car.
Yeah, you never know what the color scheme's going to be. Last week you had that pretty sea foam teal color, and now you're back to your blue and yellow classic colors.
Yeah, the white car is definitely growing on me. I thought I was going to like this one more, but definitely had my mind changed after this year.
Couple of points races left, really tight battle up there. What's your strategy coming into the last 2 weeks?
I mean, we're not anywhere close near the points lead, so just going to try to win both of them.
So going out for the wins.
Yep.
All right, Ryan Heim, driver of the number 18, back with his old car tonight. And we will continue to talk to some more drivers here. Ryan Simmons, have we talked to Ryan Simmons yet? Or I think Nikki's got Nikki might have Ryan Godown over here, so I believe Nick Leach has found Ryan Godown surrounded by youngsters here.
Also found Bob Miller, who is down here. Bob come over to talk to me, but we're down. Ryan Godown's getting some pictures taken, and Ryan's in the thick of the point race here. Him, Danny Buck, and Billy Pouch Jr. 2 more races left. Ryan's down here signing autographs for the kids. Ryan, this is a pretty neat deal.
It is. It's awesome to get the I can actually get up cars and the drivers and get to see the faces from the stands that we see on the track. So it's pretty cool to meet everybody at Chris and just doing different things here to keep the crowd into it and getting to know us a little better also.
So all them people didn't get a chance to see who Ryan Godown was or what he looked like. Now they got a chance to come down here and see what you look like. Now when you walk across to go over to see your girlfriend, they're going to grab you and get your autograph again.
Yeah, it's nice. It's just we got to keep the youngsters going and grow the sport the best we can, because obviously we look around a lot of tracks and it's getting scarce. So we just got to get that bumped up again.
All right, good to see Bob Miller here. He's going to go up and talk to Pete a little later. I'll turn this back over to Video Jim. Jim, grab a victim.
Well, I see Will Dupree over here, so. Will's with a young fan, putting the young fan inside the automobile. This is neat. Okay, I think they'll grow into it, right?
Yeah, that's exactly. I said we that's why we can't see the front tires anyway, so we're good.
What does this do for a young fan getting to meet so close face-to-face with a driver, sitting in the car? You don't have this type of opportunity too often.
No, when growing up, we went to East Windsor, and we didn't have this stuff. We just watched from up there, and this kind of stuff really keeps them engaged, because there's not a lot of young kids, not like when I was growing up, that are really into it like we were. So this is important, very important.
They'll remember this for the rest of their lives.
I hope so. I would, for sure.
How's the season gone for you? A couple of points races left. That's it.
Yeah, good. I mean, this is really our second full-time year in Modified, and the Modified's tough. I mean, there's a lot of good drivers here. You really got to be up on the wheel. So every week we try to get better and better. So here we are again.
And it's really neat, the field of Modifieds here at New Egypt, including yourself. So many cars out there able to win. A lot of the times it's coming down to cautions, lack of cautions, and restarts.
Yeah, I mean, last week we went 30 laps straight, and that's good. Sometimes you need a caution to pick up a couple spots, do some adjustments in the cockpit. But other than that, I think we got a really good, strong field of cars. I think Mark's doing a great job. Track's got some great momentum, and the surface has been good.
All right, folks on YouTube watching this live, one driver to keep your eye on tonight, the 2D of Will Dupree. Oh, Kids Club sign-ups right now behind the flag stand. Kids Club sign-ups behind the flag stand. Go to the drivers. We're going to be starting to wrap this up in a little bit. Who do you have next, Nikki?
We'll figure out what we're going to do here. We'll talk to Miss Almick here. Now, they're going to clear the track in a couple minutes, gang, so get to the driver you need to get to, and we will do what we can for the last few minutes we got here. So, Jim, you want to interview this young lady?
Hello. Tell us about your season so far.
Haven't been here much so far, but hoping next year I'll be here full season. Just looking to have fun tonight and race.
Where have you been all year?
We've had a lot of issues, but we're figuring out this tonight, and my dad's here, and again, we're just trying to have fun and test everything out, make sure we're all set for next season.
You know, when we saw your name, by the way, this is Tia Almick, everybody. Sorry, I didn't introduce you right away. When you first showed up here a couple weeks ago, we're like, oh wow, she hasn't been here, and then I guess your dad hasn't been here either. So really exciting to have you back in the competitive Crate Sportsman division.
Yes, I'm excited to be back. Looking forward to running again full season next year, and I'm excited to run tonight because I feel good about everything that we got going on, so I'm looking forward to it.
All right, you heard her. Tia Almick, a positive attitude coming into the second to last points race already for the Sportsman, but she has announced she's going to be here full time in 2026.
All right, I'm here with Danny Buck, who is the point leader coming into tonight. We only got a couple shows left. NGA, Mr. Danny Buck. Dan, pretty cool to see all the kids out here and the fans out here meeting and greeting with the drivers. Pretty cool.
Yeah, this is definitely awesome. It's good to see a good turnout at a racetrack like this. All the young kids, you know, this is pretty cool.
Danny's got a Hero Cards gang. If you're a Danny Buck fan, you need to be down at the 6th card getting his autograph, getting a card. I got an autograph in the card. I got a special autograph in the card. Dan, last couple races here, it's going to get intense.
Yeah, it's definitely. I just told one of the fans, you know, he said, "Man, you're making it come down to the wire." I said, "Yeah, it's making me a little more nervous than I'd like, but you know, that's kind of how it goes with all the rainouts too. You know, has a tendency to make it closer than what it would normally be. You know, if we ran every race, but yeah, we're gonna fight it out to the end here."
Well, I appreciate you coming on Wide Open Wednesday. I'm going to get Billy. I'm going to get Ryan on there, too. And I'm probably going to talk to you guys at the end of the race tonight to see what you guys are thinking about for the following point show. But good luck tonight, Dan.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Thanks, brother.
All right. Thank you very much, Nikki. We got a couple of 4-cylinders here. We love to give the 4-cylinders some attention. Here's Mo. Where's Dale Mo at? Here we go. Hi, Dale. Good to see you again. Dale Mull, you have a win this year. Your car's been fast. We got a couple of points races left, and it's really neat, too, to watch the 4-cylinder division grow and really improve all year round. So many different drivers now have a shot at the win. It's got to be a lot of fun out there racing with all your competitors.
Yeah, we have a great time. I'm happy to be here with my son right behind you. We get the whole family involved. My dad comes out, my wife, all the guys that work at my brother's shop, so we have a lot of fun.
So it's a truly family affair, and you're watching all the kids, moms and dads out here walking around. This is where it starts, doesn't it?
Yes.
Pretty soon they're going to be asking mom and dad, I want a race car.
Yeah. That's what happened with my son.
Now let's bring around to the youngster here. Tell everybody who you are.
Logan Mull.
Logan Mull, your dad's right here. Your dad had a fast car this year, and you debuted a couple weeks ago in the number 4. Are you having fun?
Yes, I am.
Tell us about what you've learned so far being out here with folks like your dad and the Dunns and everybody else.
Don't hit the wall.
That's the best advice of all. You know, I raced once in my life, and I hit the wall hard. I never got back in a race car, so.
Yeah, it just happens sometimes. Don't know where to race.
How cool was it to line up side by side with your dad?
It was great.
Yeah. All right, the Mull family here down here. All right, folks, we got a warning from Chris Moore. Please begin to find the exit. Please begin to find the exit. And we're going to turn it back over to Nikki, and we may have 1 or 2 more drivers.
All right, I'm over here with Tanner Van Dorn. We'll talk to him. Danny Buck said you got to get him, so I had to get him. So, what's up, my man? Tanner Van Dorn's got pictures, signed pictures. Come on down here, kids. Hurry up. You only got a couple minutes left. What do you think, man? Pretty neat deal, right?
Yeah, you know, it's a cool deal for the fans. You know, we don't get practice, but you know, it's cool deal to come down, look at the cars, meet us, and you know, have somebody to cheer for now. You know, that might not know anybody, so no, it's a cool deal.
Now they know what you look like when you come through the grandstands to get a drink or something. Now they're going to grab you. So you're still looking for that first one here at New Egypt. Get it done tonight.
Yeah, hopefully. Last week wasn't very good, so hopefully tonight.
All right, Tanner Van Dorn. We're going to go over here and see Paul Mancini. Jim, you want to grab Paul Mancini?
Paul Mancini. Paul Mancini. Come on over here, and Ryan's right here, so you're going to stay right in the sun. You're looking good. Paul, Big tribute race last week. I know this is all about family, and what a turnout for Katie and everybody else with the Mancini family. You had your drivers up here supporting you too. But now we're coming down into the last couple of points races. Again, do you still feel like a rookie out in the modifieds, or is it really soaked in? You're running with the best in the Northeast.
I don't know. I feel like some weeks like we're really good, and then some weeks we're just so out to lunch. No, but last week was a special race, and I'm glad everyone came and supported, and I wish I was able to do a lot better than what I did. But yeah, we got 2 points races left, and then after that is all like all the big shows at the end of the year, the 2-3 day shows, and yeah, we just look forward to that.
What's the most asked question you get from the young fans out here that you may have visited here? What do they want to know the most?
How fast do you go? I feel like it's probably the most common question.
And the 7M, we've seen that car going low 17-second laps here before, so a lot of speed in that 7M. How do you feel coming into tonight?
Yeah, like I said before, like we've been really good some weeks and not so good the next. No, I hope we're good tonight, and hopefully we could win one of these races. We only got 2 left, and no, that'd mean a lot.
Paul Mancini looking for a strong finish to the 2025 campaign. Nikki? I did not. Hi, Dan. Hi, Jim. Hi. Good to see you and your family here. Come in the sun. It looks better on TV. There you go. Dan Fleming. Up and down year for you, Dan. A couple of points races left. The points are so tight coming into these last 2 races. I think it's probably one of the best battles we've had in years in the Sportsman.
Yeah, everybody's pretty tight at the top. Unfortunately, I'm nowhere near the top, but you'll have these years. I think it's going to be a good couple races here.
Some problems last week, but you rebounded very nicely.
Yeah, the transmission broke, so not much I could do there, but we'll see what we got tonight.
A year with a lot of gaps, a lot of rainouts, some weeks off turned into months off. Does that kind of lose the focus of the rhythm when you're trying to put the car together each and every week?
It's just more when you're actually driving. You kind of, you get in a rhythm when you're doing it. If you don't do it for a while, you kind of got to relearn. And the way the track's been, we've been fighting with what we have, and we'll see what happens.
No warm-ups tonight, but the track feels nice and tacky, so it looks like there'll be a lot of moisture in those heats coming up in a little bit.
Yeah, they should be pretty good by the looks of the track, so hopefully it stays together and we have a good night.
All right, folks, Dan Fleming, always a driver to keep your eyes on in the Sportsman division. Nikki, you've got some more competitors here.
Did you already get Mr. Well, he's got 4 buckets of candy, and he's got all kind of stuff here. Matt, you put John McClellan in the backup car, and he makes everybody look bad. What's up with that?
It was just a one-off thing. Who knows? Maybe he'll be back. It was cool that it happened. Obviously we don't want to win that way, but it was just cool for us to finish 1-2, given the circumstances. And my father is sponsoring the night, so. But it's cool. Maybe the end of the year, maybe next year we'll get him back out. You never know.
Surfside Johnny, that's what I call him. And I'll tell you what, he done a hell of a job. But, Matt, you're doing a hell of a job in your own right. Like with a lot of these other guys, you don't get the luck that you should get. Last time we had the match races, you won the match races, and we got a chance to talk to you about that. What do you think about tonight? All these fans out here is pretty cool, right?
Yeah, no, this is cool. It's cool to get the fans out here, have them interact with us, get them a little closer, maybe make some new fans for us. That's why I brought the candy for the kids. But no, it's cool. It's definitely something different. I know Chris is working hard and trying to build up New Egypt again. So just shout out to him. He's doing a great job, and I think they should do stuff like this more often.
All right, get her done tonight, and I'll see you in Victory Lane. If you're not a driver or a crew member, you need to go back in the stands, gang. Our FanFest is over. The drivers are going to start going to the pits. If you're not a driver or a crew member, you need to go back to the stands, please. We appreciate your cooperation. We appreciate you coming out here. Want to thank all our drivers and all our. You ain't got to leave, but you got to get the hell off the front stretch, okay? So, come on, guys, cooperate with us. We're in for some great racing tonight. I'll turn this back over to Video Jim. Jim?
Let's see if we can grab more drivers or two as we head down further in the pack here. So we will try to find the Flying Farmer. Where's Wade Hendrickson at? Oh, we got the thrilling David Schilling driving Wade's car. All right, Dave. Good to see you again. You're behind the wheel of Wade's car tonight. You sporadically show up here once in a while, but you have fun every time you come.
Yeah, absolutely. The track's been good. It was really racy last week, so it was fun to be able to drive through the field a little bit last week. Hopefully we get a little more of the same this week, maybe a couple more cautions, but yeah, it's been fun to race here when we can.
You know, last week was a challenge. No yellow flags, 30 green flag laps. The Sportsman had the extra laps last week. And we saw a lot of passing, a lot of cars coming up through the middle, a lot of 3 wide racing, too, towards the end of the event. So that track stayed racy all 30 laps.
Yeah, absolutely. The bottom was, a little bit gripped up. The middle was pretty slippery, and then you could run, especially in 1 and 2, you could run around the wall on the top. So it was good racing. I could move around pretty good. We got the 51 car pretty good last week. Made a couple of changes this week, trying to make it a little better and see what we got.
All right. Keep your eyes on the thrilling David Schilling from the Empire State. Someone always a threat to win every time he shows up at the New Egypt Speedway.
Fans, please clear the racetrack. We need to get the cars back to the pit area. We can't fire them up until all fans and all crew members are back to the pits and back to the grandstand. So please clear the track now, please. All non-drivers, please clear the racetrack now.
All right, we're going to make our way out of the fan zone and heed with our general manager, Chris Moore's orders. We are certainly not race car drivers, so it is time for us to make our way up to the grandstands as well. Thank you so much, all the drivers, for talking to Nikki and I. Thanks for all the people for coming out here. And I think Lenny's giving out free Airy Auto Racing news if you can catch up with them right now on your way out. So, but that was a lot of fun. Chris Moore, good job, great idea. All right, Pete, we'll send it back upstairs to you as everybody makes their way out of the front stretch.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim. And we want to welcome anyone who is just arriving here to Cameron Autograph Night. We just had our FanFest on the front straightaway. We are clearing the track. All non-drivers need to clear the track now, please, so we can get the cars fired up and back to the pit area, and we can move on with the racing here this evening. Tonight, a 3-division show, actually 4, as we have the vintage cars here with us tonight. They're always a fun attraction. They will be on the track first for a 6-lap exhibition, and then they will have a 10-lap exhibition first after intermission. So they'll be on the schedule with 2 events tonight. And, of course, the modifieds are here, along with the Swagger Factory Apparel, Crate, Sportsman, and the 4 cylinders, all in action here tonight. We are 1 week away from our championship night, where all 5 of our main divisions are in action next Saturday. The modifieds, the Swagger Factory Apparel, Crate, Sportsman, the 4 cylinders, the Extreme Diesel Performance Street Stocks, and the News Sprint cars, the new wingless sprint cars, will be in action for the first time since June 28th. Their other show in July was rained out. So looking forward to seeing them in action here next Saturday night as well. 5 divisions on tap next Saturday night, and we will end the points and crown champions in all our divisions. We got some good point races, specifically in the modifieds going on, and we'll see how, if it gets closer or farther apart after tonight. Danny Buck leading Ryan Godown by 6 points and leading Billy Patch Jr. by 18 points. Those 3 drivers account for 8 of the 10 modified features run here this year. Davey Sammons, of course, the winner of the other point race, and The Super Dirt Series show that started the season back in March was won, of course, by Stuart Friesen. We are glad to report that Stuart Friesen is doing much better. He still has a long road to recovery from that bad accident up in Canada back about what is now about a month ago now. And good to see him making a good recovery following his story on the internet. But want to wish him and his family best wishes from everyone here at New Egypt Speedway, hoping to see him back in action. He has a long road to recovery, but hopefully he can get back in action for next season and be here to defend his Super Dirt Series event win next year. If you're watching on YouTube, first of all, you can scan the QR code that is located at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen and buy some official New Egypt Speedway gear. Don't want to be the only one on your block without any, and you don't even have to come out to the track. All our sportswear, of course, is designed. All our apparel and our gear is designed and made by Bob Hilbert Sportswear. We also have an in-car camera again tonight, and that is on the Vaclavicek Racing Dominic Buffalino driven number 3V. And if you're watching on YouTube right now, you can see the in-car camera and actually see Dominic climbing into the cockpit. And you'll see what he goes through here as he gets trapped in. Oh, he just looked at the camera. Hi, Dom. Dom putting the steering wheel back on, and all those steering wheels are quick release for emergency situations, and actually to get in and out, it's a pretty tight fit in there. They're kind of, a lot of cars are made for the driver. You see Dominic putting it in reverse and backing up so he can head to the pit area. He'll be the first car back to the pits there. And you see all the cars on the front straightaway now firing up as we have cleared all non-drivers off the track, except for the officials. They will all head back. Of course, FanFest tonight was in place of hot laps. We have been announcing that for over a month to the drivers at the drivers' meetings, and the cars will now head back to the pit area. They may go around a couple times. There'll be a long line to the pit, so they may have to parade around a little bit as the line goes down here. And that'll pack the track pretty good here. And we're going to go right into racing. Tonight's schedule, for those of you watching on YouTube or here at the Speedway, the vintage cars will start with a 6-lap exhibition. Then we will run the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman heat races. There should be 3 of them. They're 8 laps apiece. Then the 4 cylinders will run their heats. The modifieds will then run their 3 heat races. And then the 4-cylinder feature, which tonight is 25 laps, will take place right before intermission. After intermission, the vintage cars will run a 10-lap exhibition. The modifieds will run their 30-lap feature event. And the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman 25-lap feature will be last on the schedule. Remember, after the races are over, if you're here at the track and wearing a wristband, you can head down to the Roost Restaurant located at the Cream Ridge Golf Course about 10 minutes north of the Speedway and have some food after the races. They are open for all race fans, and if you have your wristband on, you get your first domestic beer for free. And I was wrong about the cars having to go around. They have lined up nicely back there and are all headed back to the pit area. They'll make some adjustments before they come out for their heat. So we will be racing here momentarily. If you're watching on YouTube, you probably have about 5 to 10 minutes at the most before we get the first vintage cars over to the staging lane. And we want to hope you fans enjoyed FanFest. And you see you can sign up for the Kids Club here behind the flagger stand, the Marcus Barbershop Kids Club. And there are giveaway boxes. You can sign up for the giveaways. There's boys only and a girls only box, as we have backpacks for back to school we're going to be giving away. And you can see we got quite a few of them donated by different sponsors and race teams. Looks like there is a good 25 or so. I haven't counted them. There's more in boxes there, so there's probably more than 30 down there. That's a conservative estimate.
Told we have about 40 backpacks to give away. And once the cars finish clearing the speedway, they're going to do just a tiny touch up to the track. So opening ceremonies will be in a couple of minutes. They just have to do one little touch up out here, and the track will be race ready. So we'll throw it back upstairs to you, and we'll come back with opening ceremonies in just a couple of moments.
All right, folks, so we have about 20 minutes. I back up a second. Cars will be called to the staging lane in about 15 minutes. We're going to just touch the track up with another coating of water here. The sun much farther down as it's the sunset getting a little earlier every day here. And, of course, the track is always good once you get that sun from that direct hit off of it. And we'll put a coating of water down and pack the track in before we get on with the show. So we are about 15 to 20 minutes. If you are watching on YouTube, we'd love you to jump into the chat here and tell us where you're from so we can see where you're watching from tonight. We'll catch the early viewers that are tuned in despite the fact we have not started racing yet. And watch it if you got a chance to watch FanFest and all the different driver interviews we did.
By the way, big happy birthday greetings going out to Grandma Marilyn. Happy birthday, Grandma Marilyn. So just a couple minutes before opening ceremonies, and once again, we'll have a duet for our national anthem tonight. Welcome back our karaoke DJs. They did a good job a couple weeks ago, and they're back tonight. So we will have opening ceremonies in just a little bit. And we'll get underway with our 4-division show.
All right, folks, we got people checking in here on. We got somebody from Kentucky watching here. Nice. Pennsylvania. Let's see if we Flemington, New Jersey. Sarasota, Florida, cheering for Pat Wall. That's pretty cool. Vero Beach, Florida. They're Dominic Anteneelli's dad. Nice. Lewis, glad to have you aboard. Old Bridge, New Jersey. Trying to jump around here. Hopewell Junction, New York. Wow, New Harmony, Utah. There you go. We got people watching from South Carolina, New Hampshire. Somebody's watching from Wall Stadium. That's pretty cool. They're at the races and watching different races. That's awesome. Arkansas. West Palm Beach, Florida. More Vero Beach. Somebody is watching and rooting for Ryan Marr from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. Okay, so far they're the farthest. Somebody's in the grandstand watching from the track. That's great. Ocean Gate, New Jersey, Minneapolis, Minnesota, rooting for Jack Butler. Another person in the stands. Buna, New Jersey. Very nice. See, I know how to pronounce that. North Hanover, New Jersey. Somebody's watching from right in front of the flagger stand, and their baby sister, Leilani's first time. Oh, that's very cool. Newest member of the rooting for 2 number 88. Glenn McIntyre and Dom the Bomb Anteneelli. A lot of different modified people rooting for Paul Mancini, Danny Buck, Billy Patch Jr. Well, we want to welcome everybody into YouTube, and thank you once again. Remember, they got the QR code up here on the screen. You can scan that QR code and buy your official New Egypt Speedway gear right online without leaving the comfort of your easy chair. Don't be the only one on your block without something from New Egypt Speedway. Remember, it is all made by Bob Hilbert Sportswear. While you're watching on YouTube, please make sure you sign in and subscribe. That is what keeps this going long term. This is the first year we've done this. And if you subscribe, the more subscribers we have is what keeps this rolling along. So if you're enjoying it, make sure you subscribe. Get your friends to check it out. They can subscribe and just watch the content during the week that Nick Leach makes for it. You don't have to watch live just to subscribe. Anybody can subscribe. Get your friends to subscribe. Tell them to check it out. Some cool stuff we're doing here, and we can do. The more subscribers we have, the more cool stuff we can do, and we can keep this going into next year. And we want to thank everybody for tuning in. Call your friends. Tell us they're starting a little late. They haven't missed anything yet. The FanFest was a cool deal for all the fans in the grandstands and the fans in the pits to be able to come out and meet all the drivers and get up and talk to them, get some autographs. Some of them had autograph cards they were signing. I know that Tanner Van Doren was doing that. Dominic Anteneelli was letting people draw their handprint on his hood and write their name inside the handprint. That's very cool for the kids. A lot of great stuff going on, so it was well worth the wait, and we should be ready to roll here in just a few minutes as they're putting the finishing touches. All the water has been put down. They're just packing it down. Vintage cars will be up first. We do have some cars that need to be moved. They're in reserve spots number 4 and number 2, but they're not their spots. We have an Elantra, New Jersey plates, M91 UTZ, Utz. Being I'm a Hers guy, you know, not so fond of Utz, obviously. An Elantra, New Jersey plates, M91 UTZ. Need to move your car immediately. And also a Chevy Z71 with New Jersey plates, LVW56P. We need you to move your car immediately. Thank you.
All right, so our heavy equipment has pulled into the infield. That means
all right, so we are ready for opening ceremonies. I'm going to send it down to Jim Murdoch at trackside, and he'll commence with the opening ceremonies.
Thank you very much, Pistol Pete. And yeah, Nikki just reminded me too. We want to first remember a long-time member of the auto racing media family that sadly passed away this week after a brief illness. Ernie Saxton was an announcer at Grandview for decades and decades, and a writer that always let you know how he felt about racing. We want to take a moment and honor and remember the late great Ernie Saxton. Before we begin, if everybody can stand up and remove your headgear, but we're going to do that with a brief moment of silence just to remember Ernie Saxton, a wonderful member of the motorsports press. Thank you very much. And now with our opening prayer and invocation, of course, we have our very own Reverend Dan Schaefer. Dan, take it away.
Thank you. Almighty God, first of all, we pause to thank you for a beautiful night for racing here at New Egypt Speedway. We thank you for our fans. We thank you for the drivers. We thank for those who work in the office. They do such a great job. So here we are, the fast track of the Northeast. We pray tonight, Lord, for a great race, for a safe race in Christ's name. Amen. Shalom.
Thank you much, Reverend Dan. And we want to welcome back a big New Egypt Speedway. Welcome back to Rick and Paula, who will be singing our national anthem. You can find them all over New Jersey. They are Rick and Paula DJs. Sing some karaoke with them. So, folks, come on out here and look right up at the TV camera. And, folks, enjoy Rick and Paula's rendition of the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, all the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. And of course, we have a lot of first-timers here tonight, so whenever you're on the New Egypt Speedway property, there's only a couple of rules you have to follow, but they're really important. Rule number 1, whenever we say the name of your favorite driver, you have to cheer, scream, stomp your feet, make noise, let the people around you know who you are cheering for. Number 2, the smoking section is not in the grandstands. It is by the bathrooms away from the picnic area. Keep all your smoking stuff over by the bathrooms. And number 3, when you come back next week, bring a first-time race fan with you, because without your support, we would not be here. Tag us on social media. Take photos, take videos, tag us on all your social media platforms. Now you know the rules. We've got the vintage cars on the track, and to tell you who's racing, let's go topside to the voice of the New Egypt Speedway, Pete Wortman, back from Maine.
All right, vintage cars on the Speedway. Folks, if you're at home and we're trying that QR code for the apparel, I was just told that they're having a problem with it, so I apologize for that. We were pushing it pretty hard. But you can still buy from home if you go to our website. Just go to the Bob Hilbert Sportswear, and you can find New Egypt Speedway apparel and buy it there. All right, green coming out, and we got some vintage cars on the track, and I'll tell you who they are. The 27 is Walt Sook. Walt Sook in the 27. Behind him in the number 29 is Jim Hawks. Jim, a long-time driver here. The 3 is Chris Zurinsky tonight. Chris Zurinsky behind the wheel of the number 3. And he is battling with the 707. Which is Nick Marco. Nick Marco in that Paul Deasy 707 replica coming off of turn number 4. The 43 is Jack Patterson. Jack out of Toms River. The 92, of course, is Stephen Taylor. We had a car pull off on the backstretch there. Steve Taylor in the Taylor's Woodworking number 92 coming down the front straightaway. Here is Jim Hawks in the 29 battling with Walt Sook as they Nick Marco right behind them in the 707. There's Chris Zurinsky, former ARDC midget driver for 20 years, behind the wheel at statewide number 3 tonight, owned by Gino Murin. Checkered flag coming out. 6-lap exhibition in the books. I think Jim Hawks came across the line first with Nick Marco and Walt Sook there. And the vintage cars will have another 10-lap exhibition right after intermission. Folks, we got all kinds of sponsors we're going to talk about with the backpacks. Ten-4. All right, the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate 602 Sportsmen are out on the Speedway, and we'll give you the lineups here for their first of 3 heat races.
Yeah, I kind of figured that when he said that. That's what I was trying to ask you. I guess I did a good job asking.
This is the way they're going to line up here in heat number 1, starting on the pole. In the Christensen Recycling number 9X out of Wrightstown is Sean Cook. And alongside of him, one of our co-rookie champions this year in the Flemington Department Store, Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 27. That is Hunter Plowski. Hunter Plowski, 4th generation driver, driving the 27 outside the front row. 3rd starting spot, the Spellbound Brewery number 34 of Dylan Morris. Alongside of him in the Scarpati number S2 is John Scarpati Jr. 5th starting spot in the Hugs for Brady Lions Construction number 88 is Glenn McIntyre. And lining up alongside of him in the G&T Erectors number 32C, that is David Malozar. David Malozar in the 32C, former rookie champion here. And starting scratch on the field here in heat number 1, 22 crates are here with us. And the Premio number 72, that is point leader Steve Davis. All right, here they come. It is up to Sean Cook off of turn number 4, racing. And we are underway for the first time here at New Egypt Speedway tonight. They race off of turn 2 and down the back. Sean Cook leads him, but Hunter Plowski gets a great run and blows by him going into turn number 3. Plowski down on the bottom. He'll drift up to the top, and Plowski will lead the field off of turn 4. 3 wide for the 3rd spot as Dylan Morris finds himself between Glenn McIntyre and John Scarpati. Davis trying to thread the needle there. He got by Malozar and works under Dylan Morris and into 5th. Top 5 get their handicapping back for the feature. Hunter Plowski leading the way and has opened up about 6 or 7 car lengths on Sean Cook. Steve Davis right on Sean Cook's back bumper. Did a good job of not getting into Cook there as Cook got a little loose in a tri-oval, and Davis was able to avoid him. Now dives to the bottom in turn number 1 looking for 2nd. Cook holding him off. Now Davis gets a good run. He'll take over 2nd spot. That 92 junior that was out there was the modified of George Garris Jr. shaking down and trying to see if he has a problem fixed. He is headed back to the pit area. Malozar has worked his way up to 3rd behind Steve Davis. Now Glenn McIntyre to 4th, and a battle for the final handicapping spot between Scarpati and Sean Cook as they race side by side into turn number 3. Cook holding them off as they come off of 4. That's the battle for the 5th and final handicapping spot. Scarpati looked like he had him. Cook battles back on the outside. Dylan Morris is right there. 3-car battle for 5th as Hunter Plowski cruising here at 2 to go. 2 laps remaining. It is Hunter Plowski by more than a 1/3 of a straightaway over Steve Davis. David Malozar in the 3rd spot, followed by the 88 of McIntyre, and then the S2 of Scarpati has moved into 5th and has pulled away from the 9X of Cook. Hunter Plowski looking strong here in the number 27 final turn, and he will take the checker down the front. So in for the win is Hunter Plowski in the number 27. Steve Davis had to really hang on there and actually fought back to just nip Malozar at the line in the battle for second, as Malozar makes a late race charge there and comes up a couple inches short. Malozar finishing third, followed by Glenn McIntyre in the 88 and the S2 of John Scarpati. They're your 5 cars. They get their handicapping back for the first 15 starting spots in tonight's Crate Sportsman feature. Malozar driving that 32C that was his Uncle John's modified here for years, and he has driven it since he was rookie champion. Malozar was our 2022 rookie champion, so he is in his 4th year of competition. That car has gotten a lot of mileage, and he does a great job with it. All right, here's how they're lined up in heat number 2. So starting on the pole, usually drives the number 43, and I believe it may say that on the left side of the car when he goes down the backstretch, but he has a new right side sheet metal from Paul Mancini, so it looks like the 7M here on the front straightaway. That is our 2024 rookie champion, Steve Puglisi. Yes, I have to call him Two-Face. I was thinking... You said Seinfeld. I was thinking Batman, but okay. Oh, and it does say 43, so he's in the 7/43. He'll be the 7M on the front straightaway, the 43 on the back. The 51 of Ryan Marr, our 2023 rookie champion, is on the outside of the front row. Mike Toth is in the 89. Tommy Klimkowski's in the 22. Ryan Heim in the 18. Pat Wall in the 5W. And Ryan Simmons, second in points, and our defending champion, is in the number 20. Here's the green, and we're underway in heat 2. Second heat for the Crate 602 Sportsman, working out of turn number 2 and down the back. Puglisi grabbing the early lead here. Joe Toth working on Ryan Marr. Marr on the outside, off of turn 4 and back down the front. Two-time winner Ryan Heim down underneath Marr, looking for third now in the number 18. Heim back to using the other second car in the stable. That's the car that's won both heats here. So he has a new car he has run the last month or so here at New Egypt. As Ryan Simmons moving up the 4th behind Heim, and then Marr back in 5th, and Klimkowski is slow on the front straightaway. And Klimkowski pulls off. So that will keep the green out. Good job by Klimkowski to get to the infield. Pat Wall also pulled off early in the 5W. Wall, a former champion here. Working into turn number 3, all 5 cars left on the track will get their handicapping back as they get the halfway sign. 4 down and 4 to go. Good battle. All 5 of them very evenly matched as they run nose to tail. Puglisi leading the way, Mike Toth behind, then Simmons. Heim and Marr, we're going to cut this race to 6 laps since they all get their handicapping back, so the white flag will come out. 1 lap to go with Puglisi leading. Down the back and through the tri-oval. Simmons knocking on the door of Mike Toth as they head into turn number 3. Final turn, and it's going to be Stephen Puglisi taking the win. So in for the win is Stephen Puglisi in the 43. Second was the 89 of Mike Toth. Third, the 20 of Ryan Simmons, our defending champ. Simmons currently second in the point standings. 27 points behind Steve Davis entering tonight. Fourth was the 18 of Ryan Heim, back in the car that has 2 feature wins here this year early in the season. Also has a win at Georgetown in that car. And then the 51 of Ryan Marr came home in the 5th spot. So they get the top 5 handicap spots. 8 cars scheduled to go at it here in heat number 3. Top 5 will get their handicapping back. And Dan Fleming out of Washington, New Jersey, is in the Flemington Auto Body number 17. He'll start on the point here in heat number 3. Lining up alongside of him on the front row. In the team, Black Horse Racing number 81, that is John Norsha. John Norsha in the number 81. Third starting spot, our other co-rookie champion this year, in the Shockwave Racing Technology number 921 is Aiden Spencer. And lining up alongside of Spencer out of Piles Grove, driving the number 14, he is a feature winner this year, that is Ethan Bill. Ethan Bill was the winner last Saturday, but was light on the scale, unfortunately, just by a couple of pounds, probably 1 gallon of fuel. And Ethan back with us tonight, lining up outside row number 2. Ethan is currently 6th in the point standings. Nick Van Wickle is in the A. Yaros Industries number 41. He is 7th in the point standings. He will line up in the 5th spot. Alongside of him in the Ellery's Neighborhood Pub and Grill number 29, that is Matt Ellery. Ellery's team fielded 2 cars last week with Johnny Mack, John McClellan behind the wheel of the backup car, and McClellan ended up getting the win, with Ellery finishing 2nd. The team cars taking 1st and 2nd last Saturday night in the Mr. Crate Classic. Lining up 7th, was not here last week, so fell in the point standings to 5th. Driving the short-load ready-mix concrete number 04 is Mikey Butler. Mike Butler in the 04. And lining up at the rear of the field from Highland Lakes in the finish line, automotive number 38, second-generation driver Therese Omick. Tia Omick in the number 38. Once again, the top 5 will get their handicapping back for the first 15 starting spots. Both Pat Wall requiring wrecker service from the rear, something breaking in the rear end of the car. That's why he pulled out of his heat, and he gets towed out of the infield and back to the pit area in the 5W. That's a tough break for Pat, who is 3rd in the point standings coming into tonight. He is a feature winner this year as well. All right, up to Dan Fleming. He'll kick the wheel off of 4, and we're green. Fleming on the throttle, 3 wide. Oh, look out, Aiden Spencer over the wheel of John Norsha and into the fence. He will continue on in turn 2, and we stay green. Off at turn 4 and down the front, it's Fleming leading Ethan Bill into turn number 1. Ellery side by side with Van Wickle for 3rd, and then Mike Butler. They race through 1 and 2, and Aiden Spencer trying to get to the pits, and he won't make it. Yellow lights will come on with 1 lap complete as the 921 of Aiden Spencer hit that fence hard and was able to drive down the backstretch slow. And now he will go to the pit area. He stalled out right at the top of turn 3 there at the pit entrance on the Speedway. And now he goes pit side. So we'll double him up, 1 lap complete. As the Roost Restaurant caution flag out for the first time this evening. And Aiden Spencer will not be making it back out. He hit the wall pretty hard, and that shifted the rear around. Nick Leach was at the bottom of the ramp when he drove off, and the rear's all shifted in the car. So that's going to take a little repair work for the feature event. All right, 1 lap complete, 7 to go. We are double file to the end of every qualifying event. And we are back to green as Ethan Bill running side by side with Dan Fleming. Fleming will slide up off a turn number 2 and into the lead. Van Wickle third, Mike Butler up to fourth now. Butler looking to the bottom, now will fall back in behind as Bill crosses Fleming over and goes to the bottom. Ethan Bill, nice move in turn number 4 with a crossover and a slider into turn number 1, and he takes the lead. Ethan Bill may be on a mission here. So he brings it off at turn 4 and back down the front, and he is your leader on lap number 3. Dan Fleming second, Van Wickle right behind him with Mike Butler alongside of him, and Ellery right there. What a great battle for second between 4 cars behind Ethan Bill. 3 wide off of 4, Fleming on the far outside. Van Wickle and Butler under him, and we got 2 cars together at the rear of the field, and they are both sideways in turn number 4, and that's going to bring out the yellow. John Norsha in the 81 and Tia Almick in the 38. If you're watching on YouTube, they are checking to see if they got a replay on that for you. Oh, and you see right at the apex of turn 3 and 4, Norsha just kind of lost the handle car, got out from under him, and Almick spins to keep from running into him. They never touched each other, both cars rejoining at the rear. Double file all the way to the end of every qualifying event until 5 to go in the features, and we are green. Ethan Bill winning the battle into turn number 1, opens up 3 car lengths on the field as Nick Van Wickle slides by Dan Fleming and into second. Mike Butler looking to go by Fleming as well as he races side by side with him off of turn number 4, and he'll get third. Ellery still in the 5th spot. Those 4 cars still right together. Now it's Van Wickle leading that pack, chasing after Ethan Bill. Bill sets it through 3, now drives it off of 4, and Ethan Bill looking strong here at the 2 to go sign. 2 laps to go. Van Wickle running in the 2nd spot. Pressure from Mike Butler. They've kind of separated from Ellery and Fleming as Ellery took over 4th. Here's the white flag down the front. Final time around, Mike Butler takes a look underneath Van Wickle. They were side by side in turn number 2. Van Wickle's momentum carries him back by. Ethan Bill is going to win it down the front. So Ethan Bill takes the win, man on a mission here tonight. And he drives to the front and takes the win here in heat number 3. Second was the 41 of Nick Van Wickle by a whisker at the line. And actually, I can tell you that is 0.016 seconds. They were side by side. It was hard to tell who got there first. It's Van Wickle on the transponder ahead of Mike Butler, who was 3rd. 4th was the 29 of Matt Ellery, and the 17 of Dan Fleming finishing 5th. For the 4-cylinder action, let's turn it over to Jim Murdoch, the voice of the full fender divisions here at New Egypt.
Thank you very much, Pete Wortman. Full Fendered Frenzy coming at you at New Egypt Speedway. First of a pair of 4-cylinder heat races. ready to tackle the challenging 7/16 mile dirt oval. They're going to go 8 laps in the heats tonight, 2 extra laps, and they're going to go 25 laps in the feature. With extra money on the line, courtesy of Mr. Bob's Portable Toilets. Each heat race winner will receive an extra $75 to win each heat, and then the winner will pick up an extra $200 to win. Extra $200 to the winner, courtesy of Mr. Bob's Portable Toilets. So, you might be asking yourself, what happens if Bobby Drayton or Bobby Drayton the fourth win the 4-cylinder feature? Do not worry, they're not going to pocket their own money. They will draw a number, and that number, if one of the Drayton boys happens to win the feature, they will draw a number, and then that number will go home with the extra cash. So everybody wins regardless of who picks up the heat and feature when somebody is getting the extra money. On the pole for heat number 1 in car number 97, you heard from him during the FanFest. That's Robbie Steinmets. On his outside, Penny Dunn in car number 51P. Dale Mull, we also talked to him in the FanFest. He'll start 3rd in the number 6. Kyle Hurley will start 4th in the 23. Logan Mull, Dale's son, will start 5th in the 4. And then Joe Gary Jr. will start 6th in the number 30. Green flag comes out. We are 4-cylinder racing, 4 wide into turn number 1. Oh, my heart. Look at this battle going through turns 1 and 2. Robbie Steinmetz didn't know what to do. He backed the heck out of that throttle, fell back a couple of spots, but 4 wide in a 4-cylinder as Dale Mull goes high, wide, and handsome out of turn number 4. Kyle Hurley leads an adventurous lap number 1. Joe Gary Jr. from last to second, and he wants more. Joe Gary coming back to the racetrack tonight in that number 30 with the old 1990s Mark Martin paint scheme. They're going to go fender to fender, wheel to wheel out of turn 4 for the lead. Joe Gary Jr. in the 30, inches ahead of Kyle Hurley. Kyle not backing down, challenging back for that lead. For now, it's Gary Jr., Kyle Hurley, Robbie Steinmetz back up to 3rd. Penny Dunn, Dale Mull, and Logan Mull. $75 on the line to whoever can win this heat race. Right now, Joe Gary Jr. and Kyle Hurley seem to be the only 2 cars racing for that $75 as we hit the halfway point. 4 down, 4 laps to go, 4 to go for Gary Jr. Penny Dunn chasing down Robbie Steinmetz. That's a battle for 3rd. Top 4 will get their handicap. All cars will qualify. We have 12 4-cylinders in attendance tonight. 2 heats of 6. This is the first one you're watching now as Joe Gary Jr. opens up the lead a little bit over Kyle Hurley. Everybody spaced out, single file around the speedway. Gary working his way through 3 and 4 for another time, maintaining about a 3-car length lead over Kyle Hurley. Steinmetz is in 3rd. Penny Dunn's in 4th. Dale Mull and Logan Mull 5th and 6th. Dale Mull running an extremely outside groove in that number 6, nearly scraping the wall out of turn 2 as the leaders come by to take the white flag. 1 lap to go, 1 to go for Joe Gary Jr. Joe Gary's going to go from last to first and pick up the heat race victory along with $75 extra, courtesy of Mr. Bob's Portable Toilets. Joe Gary wins heat 1. Kyle Hurley's in 2nd, Steinmetz 3rd, Penny Dunn's 4th, and then father and son, Dale and Logan Mull, 5th and 6th. So exciting racing in the 4-cylinders in the opening couple of laps I don't think I've ever seen a 4 wide going into 1 on a heat race, but the 4 cylinders can do it, and they showed they certainly can in heat number 1. Hey, heat number 2 will be making their way onto the racing surface momentarily on the pole. We heard from him in the FanFest in car number 88 out of Jackson. It's Dom the Bomb Anteneelli. Joe Garris Sr. will start on the outside of the front row from Trenton in car number 26. On the inside of row number 2 from Southampton in the 409, that's Bobby Drayton. Chris Rack will start 4th from Jackson in the number 7. Jimmy Avery will go from 5th and the 7X, he's out of Cream Ridge. And Bobby Drayton, the 4th, will start 6th in the X09. All right, so we have 5 out of the 6 cars answering the call. We are missing one of the Draytons. So we believe Bobby Drayton, the 4th, is in his dad's car in the X09, and then Dad is in the son's car in the 409, but the 409's not out there. So we will see if there are problems in the 409. We saw the 409 out in that first Sportsman heat taking some laps in the back. But on the pole, Dom Anteneelli, Joe Garris Sr., your front row as the green comes out again, 8 laps to distance, $75 going to the heat race winner. Dom the Bomb Anteneelli through turns 1 and 2. Here comes Garris Sr. following him. Chris Rack is right there in the number 7, the red car with the black number. And then Bobby Drayton, the 4th, is in the X09. That's Jim Avery in the 7X. That's the 7X, the red and black number 7. That is Jimmy Avery. And then Chris Rack is in the other number 7. The other number 7, the all black and gold number 7, that is Chris Rack. Here comes Avery catching up to 1st and 2nd. And Bobby Drayton, the 4th, looks to his outside. Battle for the lead now. Joe Garris Sr. to the inside of Dom the Bomb. Once again, they're going to go fender to fender entering turn 3. Battle for the lead out of 4. Dominic Anteneelli. Well, you can hear that car revving up pretty high as he's going to go to the outside, and Joe Garris Sr. racing hard, drag racing, both of them on the throttle, entering turn 3 deep. Joe Garris Sr. and that's, whoa, look out! He throws a wheel, the car jumping off the ground. I thought that car was going to start barrel rolling, but somehow it came back down on the ground. A scary situation as Joe Garris Sr.'s right rear decided to part with the automobile. That car's rear end bouncing high into the air and nearly getting upside down. Tough break for your leader. We have a replay. Watch the 26. Watch the right rear. Boom. He is lucky that car did not dig in and start going over. And there's the wheel coming to rest on the outside wall. He launched that rear end right over the wheel after it came off, and many times we see bad things happen when right rears come off of race cars. By the way, folks, a whole bunch of backpacks right down front. We've got to thank a lot of our sponsors for the backpacks. Pat Force, Amy Schwed, Ryan Godown, Dylan Morris, George Garris, Ryan Simmons, Dave Izzy, Laura Ferris, Almic Racing, Darylyn McCoy, Jack Butler, Glenn McIntyre, Mr. Bob's, Belosar Racing, Joe Lucania, and Scarpati Racing. More sponsors: Laura Ferris, Miranda Krupa, Deanna Krupa, Sandy Drake, Joanne Catelli, and local businesses here in town: Matt Black, Stanford Badley ShopRite and Walmart, Superior Driving School, Gym Guys, Cynthia Skincare, Sweet Greetings, that's Laura Ferris's business. They make edible images and treats, chocolate lollipops, Nutter Butters, pretzels and marshmallows, all good stuff. And by the way, as you just watched another replay of the near disaster for Joe Gary, we want to remind folks about the Chili Cook-Off and Fall Festival coming up at the Pine Lake Park Cabin. That is 800 Clubhouse Road in Toms River, Sunday, September 21st, 12 to 4. Rain or shine, come out and enjoy the fun. There'll be a pumpkin patch, a lot of great vendors, candy, jewelry, gourmet coffee, donuts, artisan breads, fall harvest pictures, and more. That's the Chili Cook-Off and Fall Festival at the Pine Lake Park Cabin, coming up Sunday, September 21st, rain or shine, 12 to 4 p.m. Joe Gary going off on the hook. Hopefully not too much damage done. We'll watch it from our static camera, the replay. There goes the wheel. Good job by Dom the Bomb, missing him by inches. By the way, if you're the owner of a blue Mazda CX-5, Indiana license plate FL909AAM, your headlights are on. And we are back to green. Dominic Anteneelli and Bobby Drayton the fourth, wheel to wheel. Behind them, Jimmy Avery and Chris Rack. 4 down, 4 to go. Bobby Drayton the fourth, inching ahead through the tri-oval back into 3. Bobby Drayton the fourth. And if you're looking for your 50-50 sellers are coming down. Our celebrity 50-50. Matty Ellery down there selling 50-50s in front of the tower. As back on the racetrack, Bobby Drayton the fourth. Sees the 2 laps to go signal. Remember, if a Drayton wins the heat, if Bobby Drayton wins this heat, they will pull a number for that $75. So they're not going to just pocket their own money here. Somebody in this heat will get that $75 as the white flag comes out. 1 lap to go for Bobby Drayton the fourth. Bobby Drayton the fourth driving like his dad out there. We believe that is Drayton the fourth. It could be his dad. If he wins the heat, we're going to find out soon because Nick Leach is going to catch up to the driver of the X09 who takes home the win in heat number 2. That is Bobby Drayton Sr., we're told. Bobby Drayton Sr. is in the X09. By the way, for your YouTube viewers, right now, call these numbers on the screen if you want to get involved in our 50-50. It's been over $1,000 every week since we started this. 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. PayPal, Venmo, whatever you have, credit card, they'll take your money and they'll give you tickets for our 50-50. Mighty Modifieds coming on the track with the call, Pete Wortman.
Thanks a lot, Jim. So, yes, as Jim told you, 50-50 drawing. You can play from home. There are 2 numbers on your screen. Call either one of them. If you want to buy Speedway apparel and that QR code did not work, we did not know it was not working until we got some complaints about it, so we pulled it off the screen. You can go to our website or to the Bob Hilbert website and Bob Hilbert Sportswear and Apparel and buy New Egypt Speedway apparel that way, and we'll get that QR code fixed for next Saturday. All right, this is the way they're going to line up. Starting on the pole in the Valco wheels, number 928. That actually, it was scheduled to be the 92 junior of George Garris Jr. Now, you saw him at the rear of a Sportsman event to try to shake out some problems, and I don't believe he thinks he has them all straightened out, so he is elected to start at the rear of the field. So Kevin Borden in the 928 will start on the pole. Jim Houseworth in the McNichol Lawn and Property Maintenance number 72 will start alongside of him. Second row, the 323 of Johnny Bangs. Bangs in the Valco Wheels Elite Auto Service number 323, and lining up alongside of him, the driver who is currently fourth in the point standings, driving the Prime Design Landscape number 27, that is TVD, Tanner Van Doren. Fifth starting spot. He is third in the point standings, just 18 points off the point lead. Driving the Marvel's Portable Welding Pioneer Pole Building number 1, that is the kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr. Pouch, a 2-time winner this year, and lining up alongside of him out of East Greenbush, New York, driving the K&A Excavating number 51M, that is the thrilling David Schilling. And starting 7th on the field, driving the Ace Materials number 6, that is the Stangl Racing backup car. That is the Bellmead Bullet, Brandon Grosso. Grosso was a winner at Georgetown last night and starts 7th on the field. Then George Garris Jr. is back there racing. And we're underway. The 2 Valco Wheels cars side by side as they enter turn number 1. Whoa, man, Kevin Borden is hooked up on the right rear. That left front wheels barely touched the ground all the way around the speedway, but Johnny Bangs getting by him and into the lead. Bangs grabbing the lead. Pouch Jr. from 5th to 2nd in just 1 lap as he chases after Bangs down the backstretch. Kevin Borden up on the outside. Houseworth drives under him in turn number 3, takes the 3rd spot away. Here comes Brandon Grosso. Grosso charging up through the field now, down on the bottom. He tried to work underneath the 72 of Houseworth. Houseworth holding him off. Grosso is 4th. Top 5 get their handicapping back as they come back down the front. Tanner Van Doren is 5th. Kevin Borden a little too much bite on the right rear. That left wheel not touching the ground, but he's really lost some handling, I think, with it. Off at turn number 4, it is Johnny Bangs leading the way back to the halfway sign. 4 down and 4 to go. Pouch 2nd, Houseworth, then Grosso and Van Doren. Schilling is 6th, and then Kevin Borden. Garris pulled off after just a lap or 2 and into the infield. 3 laps to go as they spread out. Johnny Bangs leading by about 6 car lengths over Billy Pouch Jr. as they head down the back through the tri-oval and into turn number 3. Schilling trying to reel the top 5 in. He'd like to get his handicapping back as he comes back off the corner. Trying to keep up with the top 5. He's right there, only about 5 car lengths behind Van Dorn. It's all Johnny Bangs at the front. Banks hooked up here. White flag is out. Bangs has stretched his lead 7 car lengths. Off the corner, here's a checkered flag for Johnny Bangs here in heat number 1. So in for the win, the 323 of Johnny Banks. Second, it was the 1 of Billy Pouch Jr. Jim Houseworth finished 3rd in the 72. Then it was Brandon Grasso in the 6G and the 27 of Tanner Van Doren. That is your top 5 out of heat number 1. Second heat out, coming out on the Speedway. Second heat coming out on the Speedway, driving the Bel Air Transport, number 27 out of Fairfield, New Jersey. That is Frank Venezia. Venezia will line up on the pole here in heat number 2. 24 modifieds signed into the pit area. Lining up alongside of him in the Spooky Brook landscape, number 2D, that is Will Dupree. Will Dupree out of Somerset. He'll start second. I see Dan Fleming selling tickets here. Get your 50-50s from Dan Fleming if you're on Team Fleming. Get your tickets right here. He's selling red and blue. Third starting spot, he's in the White House, number 37 out of Flemington. That is Coolio, Brian Cool. And lining up alongside of him and the Pioneer Pole Building, number 79. That is Davey Sammons. Davey Sammons out of North Hanover Township. He'll line up in the 4th position. 5th starting spot with our YouTube in-car camera aboard tonight. He drives the Dave's Equipment Sales number 3V, Dominic Buffalino. Dom Buffalino in the 3V will start 5th, and then alongside of him, the driver second on our all-time win list, currently second in points with 3 wins this year. And he's a 6-time champion, including last 2 years, driving the Izzy Trucking Rigging number 26, the Ringo's Rocket Ryan Godown. The last row out of Highland Lakes, the finish line automotive number 38 is Johnny Omick. And starting scratch on the field, driving the 28, the 928P, that is Pat Wall. Pat Wall in the second 928 tonight, and we are green. And we're underway. Venezia grabbing the early lead over Dupree. Cool grabbing 3rd as he battles with Davey Sammons. Go down, swap grooves, gets back underneath the 3V of Buffalino as they come down the front. Pat Wall knocking on the door right there. Wall with major problems in his crate car, got towed off, running 3rd in points, and he's in Borden's backup car tonight in the modifieds. Pat Wall, of course, was a regular with the modified several years back. Off the corner, it is Venezia leading lap number 2. 3 wide down the front for 3rd. Sammons and Godown making a Brian Cool sandwich, and Venezia just broke on the backstretch. Venezia in the tri-oval is slow. We'll see if he makes it to the pits. We stay green as Will Dupree inherits the lead. And Dupree immediately inherits Ryan Godown on his back bumper, and the yellow's out as Frank Venezia stops right at the entrance. I know Aiden Spencer was able to get the car over. There's a little lip there when you go into the pits off the banking there, and looks like Venezia kind of got stuck on it. He was really slow. I was surprised he made it that far, to be honest. And he will require a push truck to push him back to the pit area. So yellow coming out with 3 laps complete. Will Dupree is your new leader. And Ryan Goown is right on his back bumper. Now Dupree has lane choice here on the Roost Restaurant caution flag. Dupree has choice of lane, as the leader does on every restart here. And we are double file in all preliminary races right up until the end, and all feature events till 5 to go. And the 928P of Pat Wall going to the pit area, the backup Kevin Borden car. He was looking pretty strong there at the back trying to work his way up, but has a problem and he heads back to the pit area. Dupree picks the inside lane. Looked like he was going to take the outside. At least Ryan Goown thought so, and then Dupree pulled out and dropped to the bottom. So Goown fills in alongside. Then it's Brian Cool and Dom Buffalino with a 79 of Davey Sammons and Johnny Almick. Top 5 get their handicapping back. 3 down, 5 to go here in heat number 2. And we're back underway. Goown getting a good momentum off the outside, and he will get by Dupree in turn 2 and grab the lead. Buffalino charging up the 3rd now, and right behind Dupree. He'll look to the inside of Dupree off of 4. Brian Kulinomic side by side. Sammons really struggling with the car. He has dropped back to 6th. Remember, only the top 5 get their handicapping back, and Almick is on his horse here. Looking the best he has. He has not been here every week. As they complete lap number 5 down the front, Sammons getting back by Almick. Good battle going on for the final handicapping spot. Goown opening up a 3rd of a straightaway over Will Dupree. Dupree holding off Buffalino. Brian Cool and then Davey Sammons, the top 5. Almick right on Sammons' back bumper and 2 to go. 2 laps remain as they work down the backstretch. Goown drops to the bottom and tiptoes through turn number 4. He'll take the white flag down the front. And Sammons has picked up the pace and is right on Brian Cool's back bumper, challenging for 4th. Goown cruising through 3 and 4. He'll try the high side that time, and he'll take the checkered and the win here in heat number 2. So the 5 cars getting their handicapping back. The win is taken by Ryan Goown in the 26. Second was the 2D of Will Dupree. 3rd, the 3V of Dominic Buffalino. 4th was the 37 of Brian Cool. And 5th, the 79 of Davey Sammons. 3rd and final heat race for the modified, just rolling out onto the speedway as our drone is up and running in the infield. Once again, 8 cars, top 5 will get their handicapping back for the top 15 starting spots in tonight's feature event. And South Brunswick's Chris Carback will line up on the pole in the number 7 here in heat number 3. And starting alongside of him, he drives the Oliver Communications Group number 5J out of New Egypt. That is Joseph Brown, Joe Brown in the 5J. 3rd starting spot. Driving the Conover General Contracting number 20C, Cole Stangl. Cole Stangl in the 20C. And lining up alongside of him in the Reed Sod Farm number 5 out of Phillipsburg, the Flying Dutchman. That is Jack Butler. Fifth starting spot out of New Gretna, New Jersey, in the Mancini Custom Homes number 7M is Paul Mancini. And lining up alongside of him, our current point leader and 3-time feature winner. He is also a former champion here, driving the CNS equipment. Craig and Leslie Pondish own number 6. That is the Dominator, Danny Buck. The last row on the inside, driving the Amwell Auto Body number 29. He's out of Montgomery, New Jersey. He is a 6-time career feature winner here at New Egypt Speedway. That is Justin Grosso. And lining up scratch on the field, driving the Ace Materials Active Disposal number 6. In for a rare weekend appearance lately. He has been a regular on trying for Rookie of the Year on the Super Dirt Series. That is Matty Ice Matt Stangl out of Neshannock Station, New Jersey. Stangl has had a very good year, getting better with each and every race on the Super Dirt Series. That is tough to from any competitor standpoint, let alone a rookie standpoint, and he has done a great job, of course, competing against Logan Watt for Rookie of the Year on that tour. Here's the green flag in hand. Look out! Carback car is getting in behind him. Cole Stangl is into him. Paul Mancini got into him because there's a piece of Mancini's car on the track. He continues on. It looks like the nose cone or one of the panels because it is bright blue. Not sure what happened there. We'll see if we get and we do not have a replay. It looked like either Garback didn't fire or he didn't fire when everybody thought and Cole Stangl got into the back of him. I'm not sure which happened. Obviously, you got to be in the driver's head to know that. Garback has turned the car around. He has a bent left rear bumper, which looks to be okay. The officials will keep an eye on that just to make sure it's sturdy, but now Mancini pulling out of line and heading, looking like he's going to head to the pit area. I guess he saw the piece on the track and wants to make sure the car is okay and not rubbing against the tire. Looks like it might be the left rear. Not sure what that piece is from. First I thought it was from the nose, but it looked like it had the nose cone still on it, and it does look like he might have some left rear sheet metal damage. He went to the pit, so I can't see him again when he comes by. And Cole Stangl has a broken front end and will require wrecker service here on the 20C. That's a tough break. Cole has been fast, getting better each and every week here at New Egypt. Matt Stangl has been here 3 times this year. He has finished 7th twice and 8th the other time. Stangl bringing 2 cars here tonight. Brandon Grosso in his backup car here. It was out there and finished 4th in heat number 1. Well, the problem here, not only is the front end broken on the 20C, but the Cole Stangl's car is stuck on the guardrail. Now he's going to try to drive it off, and he does. He was right on the U tire, actually. And he's actually going to drive it back to the pits. I guess the front end is not broken. It was turned left. And he will drive back to the pits under his own power. So that's good to see, because that hopefully is not as big of a fix as it would have been if the front end was completely collapsed. But he is going to take it back pit side. Definitely some things bent there, and it looks like something dragging. Well, all this going on, we'll have a complete restart, and the front row will be completely different. Joseph Brown now is the pole sitter instead of the outside pole, and that will put Jack Butler, who started 4th on the initial start, up on the outside of the front row. With Mancini to pits, Danny Buck and Justin Grosso are now on the 2nd row. Then Matt Stangl and then Carback going back to the rear in 6th. Mancini is out of the pits and back out. He'll restart 7th. The yellow staying out. Now Joseph Brown is stopping near an official in turn number 3, and wonder if he's asking to talk to the official, so I don't think he has a problem. I think he may see something on the track. Maybe there's another piece of debris over there. His conversation is finished. He knows he's the pole sitter. Brown will get back up to the front row. Okay, so we had the cars backwards, and I apologize for that because Justin Grosso is walking in front of me. So that means he was in the 6 in the first heat and finished 4th, and that is Brandon out there in the 29. All right, here they come, racing. And we're back underway. Joseph Brown grabbing the early lead. It is Buck and Butler side by side down the back. Butler on the outside, Buck down on the bottom as they work into turn number 3. Brandon Grosso right behind them, off of 4 and down the front. Matt Stangl in the 5th spot. Into turn number 3, single file as they chase after the leader, Joseph Brown. Danny Buck right on his back bumper. Jack Butler 3rd, and Brandon Grosso in the 29, and the 6 of Matt Stangl. Paul Mancini works his way back to 6th. He's got a little different shape on the rear end of the car there. They come back off of turn 4 and down the front. That was the left rear wing panel there that he lost on the 7M that was on the track. Here comes Danny Buck to bid for the lead. Side by side, Nerf bar to Nerf bar. Joseph Brown leads by half a wheel. Danny Buck will slide right up against him, doesn't touch him. Joseph Brown hanging tough though. Side by side all the way around now, down to 3. Brown on the outside, Buck down on the inside. Joseph Brown not giving an inch. Here they come back down the front. It's Danny Buck by half a car length. Danny Buck will finish the pass and slide up in front of Brown off of turn number 2. Jack Butler 3rd. Brandon Grosso trying to hold off Matt Stangl. Two of them friends off the track. 2 laps to go as they head into turn number 1. Paul Mancini a little affected, I think, by the aerodynamics on that car. Plus, he may have something else bent. He is running in the 6th spot. That will improve his starting position. He really needs to get in the top 5 to get his handicapping back. So white flag comes out. Whoa, look out, a wheel cover coming off and over the fence. Checkered flag coming out. So your winner is Danny Buck in the number 6. Second was the 5 of Jack Butler. I'm sorry, the 5J of Joseph Brown. Then it was the 5 of Jack Butler. Brandon Grosso in the 29 finishes 4th. And finishing in the 5th spot is the 6 of Matt Stangl. So that completes your qualifying for all divisions. Next up will be our 25-lap four-cylinder feature. Let's go to Jim Murdoch.
Thank you very much, Pete. Exciting modified heat races there. Looking forward to their big 30-lap feature and a little bit after intermission. But right now, we've got the full Fendered Frenzy four-cylinder division out for 25 big laps. And don't forget, extra money on the line, an extra 200 smackers for the winner, courtesy of Mr. Bob's Portable Toilets. If Bobby Drayton Sr. or Jr. win the feature, they'll pull a number, and that money will go to a fellow competitor. Great gesture by the Drayton family, putting up some extra money for their fellow competitors. By the way, the fan of the night for the Kids Club, Haley Wessler, she will go on the pace truck for four-cylinder race, so she's going to be out there now. Haley Wessler, the fan of the night, getting a ride in the pickup truck. By the way, the Marcus Barbershop haircut winner, Carson L. Martin. Carson L. Martin, the winner of the Marcus Barbershop haircut winner. Hey, this is the way they'll go to the green flag. By the way, we had a late word up here in the tower. The 88, Dom Anteneelli, asking to start shotgun in the feature. So the 88's going to bring up the rear. Robbie Steinmets from Hamilton will start on the pole in the 97S. Then Anteneelli's scheduled to start on the outside, but he has requested to start last. Penny Dunn is in the 51P, then Bob Drayton in the X09. Kyle Hurley is in the 23 from New Egypt. Chris Rack will start 6th from Jackson in the number 7, and then Jimmy Avery in the 7X. That's the red number 7X. Joe Gary Jr. in that Mark Martin colored number 30, the throwback from the 90s paint scheme. He's out of Hamilton. Dale Mull from Chatsworth will start 9th in the number 6th. Then Joe Gary Sr. is in the 26 from Trenton. Logan Mull from Chatsworth will start 11th in the 4. And then Bobby Drayton the 4th, if he could answer the call. He was not out in the heat in the 409. Twelve cars are on the lineup. Logan Mull with a problem in the 4, bringing that car to the infield off of turn number 2. We got to speak with him in the FanFest. He's excited to be out here racing against his dad each and every week. So great support by the Mull family, as always, in our four-cylinders. Tough break right now for Logan. Perhaps maybe a belt came loose or a piece of safety equipment, and he can make the adjustments. And hopefully that's all it was, and we'll be able to get that number 4 back out. Folks, this is your first wave lap of the evening, first wave lap of the night. Starting in the pit grandstands in turn 4, wave your hats, wave your arms, wave whatever you have. Wave your beverages. Keep that wave going all the way down through the front stretch into turns 1 and 2. The four-cylinder stars and cars of New Egypt are waving right back at you. $25 big laps. We threw on an extra 10 laps for this event, and they will get a bonus of $200 to whoever can win this feature. And Dom Anteneelli is starting in the back. We heard that motor revving quite highly in the heat race. Hopefully that car will stay together. Green flag comes out, double greens in the air. We're underway. 2 and 3 wide racing immediately in the four-cylinders. Robbie Steinmets in the 97, but here comes Bobby Drayton. Bobby Drayton to the inside, to the lead. He's going to bring Kyle Hurley with him in the 23. First time through turns 3 and 4. Bobby Drayton, your leader. Kyle Hurley, Steinmets, Jimmy Avery, Joe Gary, and Joe Gary. Avery looked to the inside of Steinmets. Here comes Joe Garris in the 26. Joe Garris, senior, getting around Avery and bringing his... Oh, and now Garris gets into Robbie Steinmetz, and now big problems in turn 4. We're going to stack him and crash him in turn 4. All sorts of sideways over there. I think the Garris are involved. Dominic Anteneelli's involved. Dale Moll's involved. Both Garris involved. We'll see if we can get a look at that again. That began going into turn 3 when Garris made contact with Steinmetz, and they could never straighten it out after that. Okay, here comes Joe Garris. Slight contact with Steinmetz. He gets sideways. Then Avery comes around, shoots Joe Garris into his son, and then Dale Moll, Penny Dunn got a piece of that. Dom Anteneelli got into that as well. We're going to take a look at that replay one more time so we can see this big jingle in turn 4. It looks like everybody pulled away, but there was some hard contact, especially with Joe Garris Sr. in the 26. That car just shot across the racetrack. One more time, the replay. You can see the 26 getting into Steinmetz, and then Avery gets into the 26. His son smashes into him. Penny Dunn gets a piece of it. Dom Anteneelli and Dale Moll right at the end. One lap in, 24 to go. A long ways to go in this 4-cylinder feature. By the way, big sale at the photo stand, Harry Meeks Photos. Any 4x6 photo, $1 a piece. Any 8x10, just $5. While they last, while supplies last, just $1 for the little pictures and $5 for the big 8x10s while supplies last. No limits on how many you can get. Pete just came up here with his dinner, and it's making me hungry again after I had one of those cheesesteaks earlier. By the way, the cheesesteak's the best bargain for your buck in all of racing. $6 will get you a nearly foot-long cheesesteak. It's delicious. Down at the concession stand, they've been selling a lot of them. Very popular food item. You can get it with peppers and onions if you want. I always get a side of marinara sauce and make it a pizza steak. It's extremely good down there. Just $6 for a nearly foot-long cheesesteak. And it's loaded, too. It's not like one of those, they're not gonna cheat you on the filling. It's a dinner and a half. Yeah, if you and your friend out there are debating what to get to eat, you're not too hungry, but if you get a half a cheesesteak and split it, that's $3 a piece, and you'll both be full. As we see the white flag and get ready to go back to racing here. One lap, a lot of excitement in turn 4 that last time. We are missing a couple of cars. Joe Garris Sr. not back out yet. Bobby Drayton and Kyle Hurley, your front row. Steinmets and Avery, row 2. Green is out. 24 to go this time. Steinmetz sideways through 1 and 2. That's going to allow Joe Gary Jr. to get on his outside. Now he's going to challenge for third. Battle for third. Joe Gary Jr. on the outside. Jimmy Avery down low. Out of turn 4, Drayton leads Kyle Hurley. Joe Gary Jr. in the 30. Avery's in the 7. Here comes Kyle Hurley challenging for the lead. Bobby Drayton has it, but Kyle Hurley wants it. Hurley with 1 win on the year. Bobby Drayton having a spectacular year in the 4 cylinders. A whole bunch of wins, a whole bunch of runner-up finishes for that X09 of Bobby Drayton. Top 3 are spaced out. 4th is Jimmy Avery. Now there's a side-by-side battle for 5th as Dale Mull gets to the inside of Robbie Steinmetz. Dale Mull getting caught up in that jingle in turn 4, getting past a couple of competitors, moved Dale Mull up to a top 5 position. Well, now here comes Dominic Anteneelli to his inside, and Dale Mull falls back to 6th. Moved that 88 up to 5th, and he wants more. Dom the Bomb going after Jimmy Avery in that black and red number 7X. No change up front, but Joe Gary Jr. is running down Kyle Hurley in the 23. Behind them, Dale Mull to the outside. He's going to go side by side with Steinmetz. That's a battle back in the pack up front. Bobby Drayton is pulling away from Kyle Hurley, and Joe Gary Jr. is on the charge. Top 3 still single file behind them. 4th on back is tightening up. Jimmy Avery in the black and red number 7X going into turn 3 has Dom Anteneelli right on his back bumper. Penny Dunn with a good run in the 51. Dom Anteneelli looking to the outside of Jimmy Avery, and Penny Dunn is watching that battle in front of her. We're keeping our eye on 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, but 4th on back's also exciting. Here comes Anteneelli outside of Jimmy Avery out of turn number 4. They're going to drag race down the front stretch. Back to cross the line another time, 8 laps in, and the battle for 4th is wheel to wheel through turn 2. Anteneelli getting out to that 4th position, moving Jimmy Avery back to 5th. Penny Dunn now challenging for a top 5 spot. As Anteneelli goes way to the outside, keeps that momentum up. Watching back there as that battle for 2nd through 3 and 4 heating up once again. Joe Gary Jr. catching Kyle Hurley in the 23. Not able to pass him, but he is reeling him in. Penny Dunn and Robbie Steinmetz side by side going back into turn number 1. Steinmetz back on the charge in that 97 as we have a battle for 2nd, nearly side by side that time out of turn number 2. That battle is going into turn 1 and 2. Bobby Drayton now halfway down the backstretch as Steinmetz's car is slowing down. Here's that battle for 2nd on your TV screens if you're watching YouTube. Side by side at a turn number 4. Joe Gary Jr. move him up to 2nd and move Kyle Hurley back to 3rd. Bobby Drayton has a half a straightaway lead in the X09. Coming down the front stretch, we see the halfway sign. 13 down, 12 to go for Bobby Drayton. Now, does Joe Gary Jr. in that 30 have anything for that strong X09 of Bobby Drayton? We'll see. Lap traffic ahead. The leader is going to run down the back of this field And Joe Gary not able to shake Kyle Hurley. Your leader entering turn 3. There's a bunch of cars running 2x2 in front of him. That's lap traffic, and Bobby Drayton's going to approach it in a couple of laps here. You can almost see the cars on the edge of your screen that time by, and we're going to widen out and show those lap cars dead ahead of Bobby Drayton. We're talking about Jimmy Avery, Penny Dunn, Dale Mull, and Robbie Steinmets. As Drayton has now caught the back of the pack, he's got a big lead over Joe Gary Jr., but if these cars in the back start getting side by side again, that could slow down his forward momentum. This time by, it'll be 8 laps to go for Bobby Drayton, who has caught lap traffic. And he got slowed down there a little bit by Robbie Steinmetz. Bob Drayton trying to get to the outside of Steinmetz. Steinmetz didn't know he was there, kind of moved him up the racetrack going into 1 that last time by. No problems getting around the 97 now. Joe Gary wants to see Bobby get caught up in this traffic or a yellow. Joe Gary probably would rather see a yellow at this point because he is far back from your leader. They are 2x2 right in front of Bobby Drayton. Dale Mull and Penny Dunn. Drayton's going to make a groove. He's going to go to the inside where nobody is. 3 wide through the lap cars. Good heads-up piece of driving by Bobby Drayton. Now he's trying to get around Avery. Oh, it got close out of turn 2. Bobby Drayton's got a nice lead with 3 insurance lap cars between him and second spot. Now make it 4 lap cars between the two. Five laps to go, 5 to go for Bobby Drayton. He got around the lap traffic, showing signs of what a veteran driver can do around the speed plant. 4 laps to go this time by Joe Gary, now caught in the lap cars. We've been caution-free since lap 1. Bob Drayton, unless something drastically goes wrong, has a big lead, still about a half a straightaway, as Joe Gary Jr. now gets slowed down in lap traffic. His car's, he's got a problem. Joe Gary's got a problem, and he just made contact with Kyle Hurley. The number 30 has shut down into turn 1, and that's going to bring out the Roost Restaurant caution. Yellow flag, caution on the speedway. Joe Gary's automobile has quit. Oh, now it's moving again. But he was slowing down, and he actually made contact with Kyle Hurley as he was trying to get out of the groove, and Kyle Hurley's rear end kind of hopped up in the air. We'll see if there's any damage to the 23. And you know what? I don't see the 23 out there. That's going to put... So we are trying to go through our scoring. We believe with second and third tangling and Hurley going into the pits, that might put Dominic Anteneelli into second position. So we're going to wait for our timing and scoring to update up here. Yes, Dominic Anteneelli will be scored in second spot behind Bobby Drayton. Unbelievable. So Anteneelli did not get lapped. He was pretty far behind Drayton. but Drayton had not caught him. With that yellow coming out, that kept Dominic Anteneelli on the lead lap, and he's able to come all the way around and restart on the bumper as Kyle Hurley makes it back out. Probably a new right rear on that car, because that's where he made contact with the slowing Joe Gary Jr. in the 30. So 3 laps to go, and we will see if Bobby Drayton can hold off the challenges of Dominic Anteneelli. How many people out there want to see Bobby Drayton win another one? Is anybody cheering for Dom the Bomb Anteneelli? Anybody cheering for Kyle Hurley, who's going to have to get around some lap cars? Kyle Hurley should be your 3rd place car, but because he went to the pits, he's going to have to line up behind Steinmets. And now Joe Gary Jr. is back in the 30, and that car is fast as well, so we'll see what happens here. Just barely making it out before we go back green. 3 laps to go for Bobby Drayton. Here comes Dominic Anteneelli. Bobby Drayton through turns 1 and 2. Kyle Hurley trying to get through the lap traffic. 2 laps to go this time by. 2 to go for Bobby Drayton. Anteneelli sideways out before that time by. Here comes Jimmy Avery in the number 7. And Kyle Hurley getting around Robbie Steinmets and Penny Dunn. White flag this time by. 1 lap to go for Bobby Drayton. Half a lap remaining. Kyle Hurley getting around the number 7 of Jimmy Avery. Back through 3 and 4 one last time. This time by, he can see the twin checker flags. It is Bobby Drayton III, your 4-cylinder feature winner.
So win number 4 of the season for Bobby Drayton. Drayton makes his way to victory lane, and Jim Murdoch making his way down front. And for Bobby Drayton, that is his 6th career, so his 4th of the year and his 6th career win.
So once again, the Mr. Bob Motorsports X09 finding victory lane for the 4th time. Napa Auto Parts also on the car. Again, Bobby Drayton putting up $200 extra. Somebody's going to win that money that raced in that feature. Bobby's got the helmet off. Climbing out of the car Bobby Drayton. Nice job, Bobby. 4th time this year. And a big night for you because you put up a lot of extra money. So one of those competitors is going to go home with an extra $200, courtesy of you.
Yes, I thought there'd be something I could pull out of here to give it to the, to pull the pill out. But anyway, I really want to thank these guys. These guys show up and they work hard on this car. And we don't have a whole lot of time between the heat and the feature. And we were trying to make changes. We weren't that great in the heat race. And we ran out of time and had to come out with the same thing. But the track's good job on the track. Track's a little heavy for one of these cars, but it worked out.
So fast, so much speed this year in the X09. You really had it, but you got caught up in that lap traffic, man. It was too wide a couple times in front of you. Did you know how close second place was, or you were just trying to get through the lap cars?
No, and I the flagger used to go like this years ago, but he doesn't do that anymore. So I have no idea how far out front I was, but it's a shame we need some more cars here, to make a full field. That'd be nice, but maybe we'll get there sooner or later.
You had 12 great competitors out there. You beat them once again for win number 4.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you very much.
One more time, folks.
I wanted to win 2 weeks ago when Hurley won because it was my sister's birthday. She passed a year ago, and I really wanted that win, but we had some trouble with the sparkulators or something in the car there, and so I just wanted to mention that for my mom and my sister and everybody.
Dedicating the win to your sister tonight. Bobby Drayton in victory lane. A dream season for the X09. And we will figure out. Oh, he's got the pill. So will this be where they started or where they finished? All right. So whoever finished in 8th is going to win $200 courtesy of Mr. Bob's Portable Toilets. Thanks, Papa. So as soon as the official rundown is complete, we will award that $200 extra to the 8th place finisher. We've got some backpacks to give away now as well, so we're going to do that right down front while they're doing some track maintenance. We got a ton of backpacks to give away. All right, what do we have? All right, we're going to start calling boys and girls names. So,
hey, Jim, real quick, we got a couple birthday wishes. I just want to sneak in here. Happy birthday to John Scherholtz. Happy birthday, John. And also, I got a note up here that says, happy 35th birthday, cuz. I'm not sure who cuz is, but happy 35th.
All right, Jess is drawing the names. We're going to have Serenity Voorhees. All right, pick out a backpack. Harry Madge, pick out a backpack. Harry Madge. Madeline Bidwell. Charles Oliveira, you want a backpack. Riley Kate, you win a backpack.
Are we live with me or no?
Finley Ratowski. If you hear your name called, come on over here and pick out a backpack. These are all winners there. Yep. Lindsay Doyle.
Lindsay Doyle?
If we call your name, you get your slip, and then you get a backpack. All right, Lindsay Doyle.
You have your thing. Did you pick your backpack already? You're good then, honey.
Hudson Lynch.
Come to me for your names. Your name?
Avery Pouch.
What's your name? Riley.
Right
there you go.
Yeah, we just lost a couple.
That's okay. They already picked.
All right. Patrick DeLuca. Harley Voorhees. Oliver Cronshin. Lila Borden. Chase Kinney. Well, this young lady, it's her first race, and she wins a backpack. Lailani Hayda. Oh. She'll grow into it. She will actually grow into it. Congratulations. KJ Borden, you got a backpack? Gabriella Lynch.
Gabriella, there you go.
Mark Gernan.
Folks, if you're watching on YouTube, we're going to go to some commercial spots and then do some content that we have up on there for you and some highlights. So you can stay tuned for that while you're waiting for our features to start in a little while. We are at intermission right now. Thank you.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your new Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service.
Mike, here we go. Kids on the high side, Johnny Mack on the low side. Now Johnny Mack's a modified driver in a crate car. Got to keep that momentum up. Johnny Mack. There you have it. Down the back stretch they go. Johnny Mack, Tote, let him get away though. Trying to go upstairs in the meantime, Johnny McClellan. Uncle Mick said slider, and he did, but Pat's going to try and return the favor. Here we go. Now you got to cross over. Here we go. Nope. Down the back, Ethan Bill. Let's see. Don't lift. Up. Oh.
The Thunder in the Pines as we go racing with the Sportsman feature. Double greens in the air. Hunter Plowski to the lead through turns one. Problems on the outside. And we've got debris in turn one. Somebody's Nerf bar. Car strong. Green is out. We'll go back into turns 1 and 2 once again. This time everybody's clean through 1 and 2. Down the backstretch to the tri-oval. Hunter Plowski has the lead. Dan Fleming trying to chase him down. Behind them, it's a hornet's nest coming out of turn 4. Glenn McIntyre getting to the inside of Lexi Wilson. Move McIntyre up to third. Behind them, everybody playing nice in the early going of the Sportsman feature. Back on the outside. And for now, Plowski has the lead, but I don't know how long he's going to keep it because Fleming is right there. Good battles up front, good battles in the mid-pack as well. Plowski running the race of his life, but Fleming not giving up. Dan Fleming, they are dead even at the start-finish line. Fleming now inching ahead. Dan Fleming sliding in front of Hunter Plowski. Caution, yellow flag, caution on the Speedway. McIntyre may have touched the inside wall on that restart. That car shot across the track Nobody got into him, but he did lose a spot to Van Wickle. Back up front, that battle for the lead continuing. Fleming now to the inside out of turn number 4. New leader Dan Fleming with Van Wickle hot to trot on the 41. And Fleming leads the field back to green. A good restart for Nick Van Wickle on the outside of the 41, but Fleming is finding the bite on the inside. But give the lead to Van Wickle on the 41. Nick Van Wickle to the outside of Fleming, and behind them, another bee's nest of Sportsman racing down the front stretch back into turn number 1. Van Wickle snookering himself out on the outside of Fleming, got the lead on the restart, and he's maintaining a one-car length lead. Did it again on the next lap. He got it back under control. He found the speed, and that problem kept recurring. But leads to Sportsman back to the green. Racing once again back through 1 and 2. Ethan Bill slide job in front of Van Wickle. Van Wickle comes back, crosses him over on the inside. Van Wickle to the inside of Ethan Bill. Side by side, wheel to wheel out of 4. Side by side for that lead. A dead heat at the start finish line. Ethan Bill on the cushion. Van Wickle taking the short way around the inside guardrail. This time by, it'll be halfway. 18 laps down, 17 to go, and a battle for the lead continues out of 4. Trouble in turn 3 and 4. Car spins. 1, 2, 3. He gets nailed. With our turn 3. Now watch in the back of the pack. There you see Scarpati. Boom, boom. Okay. 2, 4, 5, 6 cars involved. That. As we go green. Green is out. Johnny Mack to the inside of Ethan Bill. Ethan Bill's momentum carries and on the outside, continuing to hold the lead. Pat Wall now to the inside of John McClellan in the 5W. Pat Wall has to back out. Matt Ellery trying to get another spot. He's side by side with Van Wickle. And now Van Wickle approaching Pat Wall. 3rd, 4th, and 5th are all coming together out of turn number 4 as Johnny Mack is not letting Ethan Bill out of the sights. Final 2 turns. Ethan Bill is going to sweep the night out of turn 4. The twin checkers are in the air. Ethan Bill wins the main event. Johnny Mack, Matty Ellery, and then Pat Wall by a whisker over a charging Ryan Simmons for 5th.
He was light. Ladies and gentlemen, out of retirement, Johnny McClellan in the 29J.
My friend. Well, it takes 2 to get this done, and I'll tell you what, you knew what you had to do. We talked during the week, and you said, I know what I have to do. I just got to be the first one to the front, and that's what it's been the last few weeks here, Dan. You let them get the point and the lead on you, and you're in the top 3 there in the points, and this is what it's going to take, a drive like this. And God bless you, man, because that's a lot of laps with no cautions.
Yeah, that's we kind of set up for that, and I was kind of hoping for that tonight. So just starting a little closer to the front than I'm normally used to, I was like, man, I hope it goes green. We're going to throw a huge thing at it and just see how it goes. And, one of them nights like last 2 weeks ago, nothing went my way. Tonight, everything went my way. So, man, just can't thank all the people that are behind me. Last week was pretty gruesome. Just a terrible run. We lost the points lead. Everybody kind of got back to the shop Sunday, put our noses down, and we got to work. We changed motors. We did a whole bunch of stuff. My dad, we pulled this motor out to freshen it because it was lapped out, and he turned it back around in a week because I was screaming and hollering last week. So, we got it done tonight.
I was watching the race, calling it from up top there, and I'm watching. I'm like, the lap cars are coming. What is he going to do with the lap cars? When you split them cars in the middle, I know a lot of people that are fans here are going to, oh, boy, here we go. Yeah. And the track was just that good that you can make them kind of moves.
Yeah, we've had a great car all year. Not to keep referring back to last week, but I don't know what happened. We just had an off week, and it was really bad. And that just sometimes pisses me off, makes me work harder. And, we really, like I said, I really went through everything really good this week. We ran good at Georgetown last week, just kind of got my head back on straight there and, put our nose to the grindstone tonight and went for it.
Well, you didn't get here by yourself. You had a lot of help. Tell everybody who helped you with this deal.
Yeah, CNS Equipment, Craig and Leslie Pondish. Short load concrete, bummed short load Dave's not here tonight. Mikey had to take off. Man Miller Electric, My Place Smoked Meats, all my crew. I'm sure I'm forgetting a bunch of them. Picture Perfect Painting. He's a new one, last couple years here. Napa. We have a bunch of great people behind us. Jack Lehner, JLR Technologies, Vinny Salerno. I kind of forget him every once in a while, man. He's a good guy. He's kind of got me pointed in the right direction middle of last year, and then Jack started helping us too, and we really, started working together with some really smart people and got me where I should be.
And now you have a reason for them hero cards that Pete made you.
Yeah, and now I can pay for them too.
Well, Dan, this is how it's going to be. For the next couple of weeks, you got 2 more point races. It's going to be who gets to the front first. You got 2 great guys that are right at your door. And if you're not the point lead, you're tied for the point lead. This is going to make it exciting for the fans.
Yeah, all along, it's going to come down to the last night. Everybody all year long, man, you got it wrapped up. You've been out in the top 3 every week. When you're racing against Pouch Jr. and go down, you can't ever have a week like I had 2 weeks ago. It just that erased my whole year. That 1 week. So it's going to be close. Hopefully we can have a good clean race and put a good show on for the fans. I don't know anywhere else on the East Coast right now that has as good a racing as we have here at New Egypt Speedway and a tight point battle like that. So it's making me bite my nails, but it's probably great for the fans.
Oh, it's absolutely great for the fans. Let's cheer for Danny Buck. I'll see you at the trailer. Save a beer for me.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Brother. Yep.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your New Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service.
And we're going to show a tribute to his mom here at New Egypt Speedway. This is for you, Katie. We miss you. You should be here. It's about ready to happen off of turn number 4. Here we go. 30 laps of green flag racing. Here we go down the front. Coolio jumps out. Everybody gets through 1 and 2. Down the back goes Brian Cool. Keep your eyes on your guys as they come to the back. Davey Sammons on the bottom now, looking for 3rd. Everybody bunched off of turn number 4 as they come down the front to complete lap number 1. Tanner Van Dorn on the high side. Billy Powell's going to follow him through. Van Dorn splits him, but here comes Danny Buck now. Keep your eye on the middle of the pack. Good racing all the way through. Buffalino and then Jack Butler, Frank Venezia. Everybody on the by. Here comes Ryan Godown now. Whoop, he gets shut down on the backstretch. Little tight back there on the D. Meanwhile, Brian Cool opens up about 5-6 car lengths. Danny Buck now. He's on the move as he's on the inside. Tanner Van Dorn, high, wide, and handsome as they come through. Butler, Buffalino. Danny Buck is the man on the move. Keep your eye on the 6 car. Godown trying to work his way to follow him through. Coolio is trying to cool him off here. Here he comes down the front, still about 4 or 5 car lengths over Davey Sammons. Butler, then it's Buffalino and Buck. Good battles through the middle of the pack here. The Thrilling up on the high side. Meanwhile, it's still Brian Cool. Cool hasn't won in a while. He's thirsty for a win. Buck is all over Jack Butler. All over Butler like a cheap suit from Sears. Here we go. And the same for Godown and Buffalino. Pouch now coming. Cool does not want to see a caution. That would bunch everybody up. In the meantime, Danny Buck is flying, trying to get around the outside. Now he switches to the low side. He gets by Jack Butler on the backstretch. And that gives Danny Buck the chance to catch both of them. Davey Sammons on the inside. Danny Buck on the outside. We're going to go 3 wide down the back. Nope, 3 wide in turn 3. Here they come, 3 wide. Danny Buck on the high side. In the middle is Cool. Down the bottom is Davey Sammons. And there's a lap car right ahead of him. It's he who picks the right spot. Danny Buck dives to the bottom, and he grabs second. What a move by Danny Buck in the 6 car. There ain't no mirrors in these race cars, but they're driving like the bus drivers in Philly streets here right now. Lap traffic going to play a part. Danny Buck's got to hit him just perfect. Jack Butler underneath the Davey Sammons looking to get 2 for 1, but he can't do it. Meanwhile, Danny Buck on a mission. Buck on the bottom now, getting the lap cars, trying to put the lap cars between him and the leaders. He doesn't know he's a straightaway out. Brian Cool holding his own, driving a hell of a race in that 37. Jack Butler now the 3rd. Pouch now looking for 4th. Pouch has gotten by Godown. Now he clears Joe Brown and Will Dupree, and he's still got 3 lap cars ahead of him. It's going to be hard pressed for anybody to get to him. 2 to go on Danny Buck. He knew he had to redeem himself. He knew he had to get a win. He knew he had to get to the front first, and guess what? He done that, and he wins the feature. Danny Buck is your winner. Ladies and gentlemen, Daring Dan, the stock car man, Danny Buck.
Is Steve Taylor. The other car that pulled off, I'm not sure of what car. I missed the number before it pulled off in the first one, and it did not come out here for the second one. There were 7 cars here. And if you're welcoming them back on YouTube, we want to welcome you back. And we're going to do the 50-50. You can buy them at home. We're going to put some numbers up on the screen for you. So if you want to get your 50-50, the first event is a 10-lap exhibition for the vintage cars here. And then we will go into the modified feature event. All right, here they come off of turn 4, and the vintage cars get the green for 10 laps. Track was just reworked, which basically meant putting water down and rolling it, going the opposite direction. And the track is in great, great shape. It is going to be a great 2 features for the modifieds and the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. Walt Sook in the 27, grabbing the lead. Walt out of Roosevelt, New Jersey. That is a 1985 Olson chassis with an Olson Gremlin-style body, and Jim Hawks going by him on the outside. Jim out of Jackson, New Jersey, and Hawks grabbing the lead here. That is also an Olson-style Gremlin body on that car, but that's a 1990 Troyer 4-coil car now in the lead. We got to see a battle on YouTube. You're watching the 3 of Chris Zorinsky and Nick Marco in the 707. Nick Marco, that is a former replica of a former Paul Deasy 707 coupe. And, of course, the statewide 3 Chris Zorinsky's running that Gremlin is a mid-70s vintage rayless chassis. And it looks like the statewide number 3 that Billy Osmond used to drive in the mid-70s. There's Steve Taylor in the 92 as the faster traffic coming up on him. And, well, Nick Marco is charged up to Walt Sook now as Jim Hawks has run away and hid here out in the lead in the 29 in this exhibition. But Walt Sook being challenged for second by Nick Marco. Marco in that yellow 707 coupe. Paul Deasy fielded a bunch of those 707s driven by a lot of different drivers back in the 70s and even the late 60s, including people like Stan Plowski, Al Tasnady, Frankie Snyder, Sammy Beavers, Jan Opperman, Dick Tobias, Will Kegel, Kenny Weld, Billy Osmond, Bob Gearhart, Gerald Chamberlain, and Dub May. And Nick Marco tucking in behind the 27 of Walt Sook. That coupe is a 1988 Troyer chassis with a coupe body, a 1938 steel Chevy coupe body. And he chases after Walt Sook. So a little more modern on the inside of the 1988 chassis on the car than the coupes used to be back then. 43 of Jack Patterson. You see that on the screen right now if you're watching on YouTube. Gino Murrin owns that 43. It's a steel body 1939 Plymouth coupe with a 1954 Chevy chassis. So that is a vintage, true vintage car. And Jack, that's an old Sammy Beavers driven car. It was built by Jimmy Horton Sr. Jack Patterson, of course, raced at Wall Stadium for about 25 years and about 10 to 15 years on dirt tracks as Bridgeport and New Egypt. So checkered and yellow coming out together. Jim Hawks ran away and hid in the 29. So vintage cars completing their 2-race show here tonight. And they will head off. And next up will be our modified feature event.
All right, we're going to give away the photos, the autograph photos real quick from our 50-50 contest. This is for Matty Ellery. Yes, you can.
Okay, it's a yellow ticket, and the number is 846781. It's a yellow ticket, and the number is 846781.
Here's for Mr. Fleming. And it's a red ticket.
It's a red ticket, 760741. 760741. Red ticket. Okay.
If you have those numbers, to the main office for your autograph photos.
And those photos courtesy of Jim Brown's Racing Photos, framed and signed by the driver.
By the way, it's Julie's last day. She's going to college, but where are you going to college?
Italy.
Italy. Best of luck. All right, if you had those numbers, go to the main office right now. Thank you very much. Best of luck and safe travels to Italy. All right, don't everybody run at one time, but all food at the concessions is half off. All food at the concessions is half off right now while supplies last. Don't everybody run all at once for those cheesesteaks, which are now $3. All right, Pete. It's almost time for the Mighty Modifieds. So we'll send it back upstairs to you, and we get ready for the starting lineup for the 30-lap modified feature.
Neither did I.
Remember, next Saturday night, it'll be championship night here at the New Egypt Speedway. We get underway at 6:30. Hot laps are at 5:30. We will crown a champion. All 5 divisions in action next Saturday night. The New England Sprint Cars, the 4-cylinders, the XDB Street Stocks, the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman, and, of course, the Modifieds. We have some close point battles specifically in the Modifieds, and we're going to see how much closer it gets tonight with just 2 races remaining. 2 races left tonight, the modified 30-lap feature and the Crate Sportsman 25-lap feature. As the cars roll the trackside, let's give you the starting lineup. Starting on the pole in the Spooky Brook Landscaping number 2D out of Somerset, New Jersey will be Will Dupree. And lining up alongside of him in the Oliver Communications Group number 5J from New Egypt, that is Joe Brown, Joseph Brown in the 5J. Third starting spot in the McNichol Lawn and Property Maintenance number 72 is Jim Houseworth. And starting alongside of Houseworth in the White House number 37, that is Brian Cool. The Valco Wheels 323 of Johnny Bang Bang Bangs is in. He drives a 323. He'll start 5th, and lining up alongside of him in the Pioneer Pole Building, number 79, Davey Sammons. 7th starting position. He drives the Reed Sod Farm, Brinks Construction. Number 5, the Flying Dutchman, that is Jack Butler. Jack Butler, 2nd generation driver. Of course, the son of Gary Butler, starting in 7th starting position, and alongside of him in the Prime Design Landscape, number 27 out of Schnecksville, Pennsylvania, TVD, Tanner Van Doren. Van Doren currently 4th in the point standings. Row number 5 on the inside, he drives the Dave's Equipment Sales number, Vaklavicek Racing number 3V, that is Dominic Buffalino. And lining up alongside of Buffalino in the Marvels Portable Welding, Pioneer Pole Building number 1 out of Frenchtown, the kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr. 11th starting position. Pouch currently 3rd in the point standings. He has 2 feature wins on the year. Starting in the 11th starting spot in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging, Ellery's Neighborhood Pub and Grill number 26. 6-time defending champion and our 2nd on our all-time win list. He has 3 wins this year, 2nd in the point standings. The Ringo's Rocket, Ryan Godown. And lining up alongside of him, outside of row number 6, 12th starting spot. He drives the CNS Equipment, Craig and Leslie Pondish own number 6. He hails out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania, the Dominator, Danny Buck, our current point leader, our winner last week. That was his 3rd win of the year. Starting in the 13th position, driving the Amwell Auto Body, Grosso home number 29, the Bellmead Bullet, Brandon Grosso. And lining up alongside of him, also from Montgomery, driving the Ace Materials Grosso homes number 6, that is Justin Grosso, and all Grosso row number 7. 15th starting spot in the Ace Materials. Active disposal number 6, that is Matty Ice, Matt Stangle, the Iceman, starting in 15th. And alongside of him from East Greenbush, New York, in the K&N Excavating number 51M, the thrilling David Schilling. Johnny Omics in the 38, he'll start 17th. Alongside of him, Paul Mancini in the 7M. Kevin Borden is in the 928. Then it's Pat Wall in the 928P. They are scheduled to start alongside Pat Wall in the 928 with the yellow numbers, not the white numbers. That's how I'm going to try to tell them apart. Chris Garback is in the 7. George Garris Jr. is in the 92 junior. Frank Venezia, I do not see on the track. He broke in his heat and pulled off, and he is not out there in the 27. But Cole Stangle had repairs made. He is out there in the 20C. We'll go 4 wide to salute you, the fans here at New Egypt Speedway. Get on your feet, wave anything in your hands. Wave your hat, your blanket, your cooler, your sweatshirt, your jacket. Wave it high over your head as the Modifieds pay tribute. They wave back at you here at the New Egypt Speedway. "23 of the 24 cars making the call for the start of this feature event. Frank Venezia has scratched for the night. Now they'll get back in line, and we will give them the white flag next time by, as we will be 1 lap from starting this 30-lap feature. Will Dupree will have it in his hands. It'll be when he fires. Joseph Brown alongside of him looked good in his heat race. Jim Houseworth in the 72 and Brian Cool in the 37 on the second row. All right, white flag's out. We'll go green next time by. Lights are turned off. New Egypt Speedway pace truck bringing him off of turn number 2. Race fans, are you ready to feel the thunder in the pines? As Will Dupree brings him into turn 3, the Modifieds are ready to go racing. And we're underway with the modified feature, 30 laps to distance. Will Dupree leads them off of turn 2 for the first time and down the back. Joe Brown second, Houseworth battling side by side with Brian Cool. Everybody bunched up in the middle of the pack as they come back down the front. Dupree showing the way down on the bottom. Brown in tow as they come off of turn number 2. Houseworth and Cool continue to run side by side. Then it's Bangs and Davey Sammons side by side on back there battling for 5th. 3 wide back in the middle of the field. Cars trying to work around Danny Buck, the point leader. Godown is on the move. He is charged up into the top 8 now as they move through 3 and 4 for the 3rd time. Will Dupree continues to set the pace with Joseph Brown in second. Danny Buck lost a couple spots. He's in the midst of a 3 wide battle with the Grasso brothers on either side of him. Whoa, Dupree getting a little out of shape there down in 3 and 4. Look out, Brian Cole spinning in the middle of the field. Oh, we got a car upside down. It's Tanner Van Doren. Red lights are on. Hard crash in turn number 4. Van Doren on his roof. And we'll get you a report from the scene as the safety crews, another driver getting out of his car and running over to check on Tanner. And Tanner Van Doren is out of the car and okay down there in turn number 4. So several cars over there involved. Brian Cool looked like he lost the handle on the outside. The car got out from under him, whether something broke or something happened, and he turned left in front of a bunch of cars, and that was a hard pileup. Tanner Van Doren on his lid. Other cars involved, Paul Mancini is over there. Chris Garback is over there in the 7. Of course, Mancini in the 7M. Matt Stangl in the 6.
We're down here in turn 4 looking at the accident scene. Billy Pouch's front end all torn up. Tanner Van Doren's up on his lid still. They're going to hook the tow truck up and flip him over gently. Another car got way up in the air too in that wreck. Brian Cool all torn up. Mancini on the inside of Billy Pouch. Pouch out of his car, assessing the damage. Pouch has extreme right front damage. The front bumper's all torn up. He's running back to the pits. He's going to try to get his crew, telling his crew what they need to fix that number 1. Pouch perhaps thinking if he can get the repairs done, he'll be able to make it back out, but that car all torn up on the right front. Van Doren's car getting hooked up to the wrecker, and they're going to flip that gingerly back up on its wheels. Cool's automobile right behind Tanner Van Doren's upside down car. Haven't had a chance to see the damage on Mancini yet.
So track crew working on the cars up there. Billy Pouch was also in the middle of that accident. And Billy Pouch, and you see Billy getting towed back to the pits. They'll see if they can get that car fixed. Of course, he's 3rd in points right now. And a tough break for him. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. That was Billy Pouch Jr., who raced to Tanner Van Doren's aid over there, jumping out of his car and running over there and getting down on his belly to look in the car, make sure Tanner was okay, and help him out of the car.
Brian Cool's door all crushed. The Tanner Van Doren car landed on top of the driver's exit door on the left side of Brian Cool's car. That sheet metal all torn up on the left side of his car. They have righted Tanner Van Doren's machine, looking to see what kind of damage Paul Mancini might have. He may have just come to a stop down here to avoid everything in front of him. I don't see anything in the rear of the car. The front still blocked by Brian Cool's badly torn up number 37.
All right, we got replays up here on YouTube, and we got a couple different angles. So if you're watching on YouTube, here is the first angle of what happens. This will be the first time I get a chance to see this as well. And there you see Cool just kind of sliding, and it looked like the right rear might be broken right there. Not positive. Cars tend to sit down, but boy, that was hard impact by Van Doren and Pouch as they get hard into each other. And like Jim just said, Van Doren coming down on top of Brian Cool's front end and the driver's side door and pretty much pancaking that part of the car. Here is replay number 2. That's from a little farther away. Oof, man. Yeah, Brian Cool was almost facing traffic when Van Doren slid the car sideways and hit him with his right front, right in the front end. And Pouch Jr. was right with Van Doren, ended up getting him in the left door. And we're going to have one more, I'm being told. Dustin doing a great job up here on the board. And here's the third one. Now, this is from the turn 4 camera. This will be a oh, man. So he slid right in front, and both Van Doren and Pouch were on the throttle coming off of 4 right there when Brian Cool appeared in front of him as he came down across the track. So we'll show you those replays again one at a time here, and you can see for yourself what happens here. But about 6 cars total involved. And we're still cleaning up the scene down there. Buffalino actually got clipped by Cool as Cool came down, but just was past it. Got just clipped a little bit, and he just kept going and going. I don't even know if he has a dent, but it did touch him. Sometimes you're in the right place at the right time, and sometimes you're in the wrong place. So they got Van Doren back on his wheels, and they are picking him up with the wrecker. Brian Cool's car will need a wrecker as well. Pouch already in the pits.
Brian Cool still inside that car. He's just going to get the lift back to the pit area. He is talking to people down here. He's okay, but he's going to stay in the car as he gets towed back to his pit in the badly damaged, that is extremely damaged, left side of that 37. But good news is he's okay. Yeah, I don't see any kind of visible damage to the right side of Mancini's number 7. He's right up against the inside wall, but I don't see any kind of pieces that look askew on the right side at least.
So if you're just joining us on YouTube, we want to thank you for tuning in, and we are 3 laps into the 30-lap modified feature. We have the rest of this race, and we have the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman race up next, which will be 25 laps. This race under red here, 3 laps in due to an accident in turn number 4, involving a total of about 6 cars, but 3 with very heavy contact, and that was Brian Cool in the 37, the 27 to Tanner Van Doren, which ended up upside down, and Billy Pouch Jr. in the number 1. As those cars get towed off, Van Doren's car is going to need a full pickup here in turn number 4, as they will pick it up from the cage and cradle it back to the pit area. Pouch was the first car towed off. His car may be repairable, as they are thrashing on that car in the pit area. Paul Mancini's car still down there against the inside guardrail. Not sure. He didn't seem to have heavy contact with anybody, as it happened far enough in front of him. He was able to get out of the throttle, and he did bang against the inside guardrail there, I believe. So a hard crash there, and that will eliminate Van Doren and Brian Cool at a minimum from the event. A second wrecker coming out after dropping Brian Cool's car, and we'll see if they have to. Looks like they're taking the roof off of Tanner Van Doren's car or shifting it so they can get it hooked up to the cage. But Tanner Van Doren and all the other drivers involved were all okay down in turn number 4. Remember, our championship night is next Saturday. Now, the points are very tight here in this modified division for the top 3. And that's why it is very important to see if Billy Pouch Jr. can get the car fixed. He's the 3rd. He was looking to gain some points tonight to put himself in a better spot. They're all former champions. Pouch. So Jim Murdoch is reporting back to me up here, and he is watching. They're working on Billy Pouch Jr.'s car. They got the welder over there right now as they try to get the car put back together.
18 guys lifting up the car. They just got a new right front on. They did some welding work. It's not pretty, but the car is getting fired back up. It looks like the number one of Billy Pouch Jr. has refired down in the pit area, and he's going to be working his way to the turn 4 entrance gate here momentarily. Billy Pouch Jr. with a new right front and some other work done, ready to rejoin the modified field.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim, for that report from the pit area. Not sure if you heard that, but Billy Pouch Jr.'s car is on the way up the turn 4. So as we were saying, so Billy Pouch Jr. has the car back up on the turn 4 ramp and will rejoin the field at the rear. He is 18 points behind Danny Buck, who is the point leader. Goown is between them. Godown's only 6 points behind Danny Buck. So Goown was the fast mover here in the early going. We'll see where he is placed when they line him back up here. Chris Carback is rejoining at the rear, as is Paul Mancini. They were both involved, but doesn't look like any damage. They may have just been kind of tied up there and with some light contact in the middle of that accident scene back there. Here comes Pouch. So Pouch is back out. He's going to have a long way to go, but he's back in the hunt here. So that's a good thing. We do know that Will Dupree has led the first 3 laps as we go back to yellow. Yellow replacing the red here. Joseph Brown running second. And then it's Jim Houseworth and Johnny Bangs and Davey Sammons. That's your top 5 as we double them up here. I believe Jack Butler is 6th and Ryan Goown would be 7th. Followed by Buffalino. Justin and Brandon Grasso are 9th and 10th. Justin in the 6G, that is the backup car. That is the 6 with the yellow number right there. You see him coming down the front straightaway. And the 29 is Brandon Grasso. Danny Buck running 11th in the 6. And then the white 6 with the black number, that's Matt Stangl. David Schilling would be 15th there on the restart. All right, field is up 2 by 2 here. We started with 23 cars. David Schilling is 13th. Kevin Borden 14th. 20 of the 23 cars are left. Van Doren is out, obviously, with heavy damage. And Brian Cool had heavy damage. And I believe Pat Wall took the green and pulled off in the... Oh, no, he's still out there. I'm sorry, there's two 928s out there. All right, pace truck is in. Here they come. Racing. And we are back to green after that lengthy red flag, and it is Joseph Brown grabbing the lead over Will Dupree as they head down the back. Johnny Banks from 4th to 3rd, and now he'll take 2nd as he goes by Dupree. Bangs won his heat going away, and Johnny Bangs up to 2nd now as they complete lap 4. It's Brown and Bangs. Dupree still 3rd. Houseworth side by side with Sammons. Sammons is on the move. Godown is 6th. Godown looking to gain on Danny Buck tonight in the points. He's 4 spots ahead. Oh, but Godown is in an accident, and he gets hit hard. Oh, Danny Buck did some Joey Chitwood driving to get through there. Holy mackerel. Eight cars involved. Kevin Borden in the 928. Ryan Godown in the 26, who I think is going to the pits. Davey Sammons in the 79. Buffalino in the 3V. Garback in the 7. Pat Wall in the other 928. And Matt Stangl in the 6, who is going to the pits. And it looks like Garris is stalled. Danny Buck getting through there. Looked like Davey Sammons was the car that spun right there. He just kind of, I don't know if something broke or he just got out of shape there and the car got around and just caused this whole chain reaction. 8 cars involved. That'll move Pouch up a bunch of spots, who was at the rear. But Danny Buck coming through a thick pack and somehow played bumper cars and got through there. We'll see where he lines up. I think he's 8th. We go back to the, so keep in mind, all the cars involved go to the rear. All the cars that were not involved, we go back to the previous lap. They didn't get that lap. That was going to be lap 5, and the yellow lights were on as the 4th or 5th place Davey Sammons, I think he was running 4th, got around, and there was a chain reaction there, and we ended up with 8 cars all together. No real hard contact, fortunately. I mean, compared to that first one. Joe Brown is the leader, and Buffalino is out of the pits and back out. And he is going to stop and wait for the field to come by rather than chase. All right, we doubled them up. Johnny Bangs running second behind Joseph Brown. A good battle shaping up there. Will Dupree and Jim Houseworth running 3rd and 4th. Jack Butler is 5th. Justin Grosso is now 6th. Brandon Grosso is now up to 7th. Danny Buck is 8th, and who is actually moving up. So now the point leader is in much better position. David Schilling is running 9th. And Paul Mancini is up into the top 10. Pouch is back to 13th already. Here they come. Green is in the air. 4 complete, 26 to go. And it's Bangs beating Brown into turn number 1, and Johnny Bangs grabbing the lead. Brown second, Houseworth. Justin Grosso working the far outside. Dupree right there in 4th, off the corner and back down the front. Jack Butler on the bottom of Justin Grosso. They're side by side for the 5th spot. Brandon is right behind them, then Danny Buck and Paul Mancini. Mancini getting by Schilling and working on Buck there. At the front, it's Johnny Bangs opening up 3 car lengths on Joseph Brown. Goown did return back out of the pits. Him and Pouch are side by side near the back of the field. Pouch seems to be fighting the car a little bit. Through 3 and 4, Bangs holding the lead off the 4, and he's expanded it, doubled it to 6 car lengths that lap. Joseph Brown second with Houseworth right behind. They pulled away from Dupree in 4th. Jack Butler side by side with Brandon Grosso now as they battle for 5th. Justin is behind them. Danny Buck battling with Justin Grosso. It's all Johnny Bangs here in the early going. We have 8 laps in the books, working lap number 9 down the back. Houseworth about a couple of car lengths behind Joseph Brown. Brown is a distant second at this point. Will Dupree back and 4th, and Jack Butler. Brandon and Justin are 6th and 7th with Danny Buck right behind Justin Grosso. David Schilling has gotten back by Mancini as that battle for 9th continues. Davey Sammons and Cole Stangl battling for 11th just outside of the top 10. Goown is 13th at the moment. Pouch is 16th at the moment. It is all Johnny Bangs. Bangs out to about almost half a straightaway. It's a little less than half a straightaway right now. Houseworth staying within a couple car lengths of Joe Brown. Can't quite close the gap. Dupree, Jack Butler, everybody's kind of leveled out here. Danny Buck by Justin Grosso and working on Brandon. Couldn't get under him that time. Brandon holds him off and holds on to the 5th position. Buck trying to move into the top 5. He'll lean on Brandon here side by side. Not literally, but they were very close, and now Buck makes the pass going into turn number 1, and he moves into the top 5. The first of that battle for the championship, and he's the point leader, and he is into the top 5. And we're going to have a caution because Matt Stangl just broke in turn number 1. He is slow. He's picking up the pace a little bit now with the yellow lights out as he heads for the pit area. Not sure if he has a flat or not. So the yellow lights are on. Johnny Bangs is your leader and pulling away, and he won his heat convincingly too. Something to note about the Johnny Banks 323. He was the first car, and I'm not sure, but I think he's still the only car that is running the new 525 crate motor that most of the guys were worried would be a disadvantage because of the power. It's something new. And it seems that Bangs has plenty of power here in that 323. So I knew Ryan Godown had one of those motors, but it turns out he has that motor in, and his win 2 weeks ago was with that motor too. These are very affordable motors. It might be the future of short track racing here, and they are the first two drivers to run them. Johnny Banks has lane choice. He has elected the inside of the front row with Joseph Brown. As the white flag comes out, we'll go green next time by. Ryan Godown also with one of those under the hood. He had one, and I wasn't sure when he put it in, but it was a few weeks back. Banks has been running it, I believe, since the end of June. Godown won 2 weeks ago. That is definitely something that guys are going to start looking at. All right. Up to Banks. He'll bring him back to green. Racing. Whoa, 5 wide. And that's because Dupree broke. And boy, some cars make some great moves to get through there. And I believe we're going to have to go yellow because Dupree is slow in turn 2. We will not get that lap in. So still 14 complete. Yellow lights are on. Well, Dupree broke and went up the track. That's the first time I've seen 5 wide on the front straightaway, and that was unbelievable. And that could have been really bad, but everybody gets by. Some great moves there. Just everybody keeping their cool and running in very close quarters. And Cole Stangl has now broke and is stopped on the front straightaway. So we have Will Dupree stopped on the back straightaway and Cole Stangl stopped on the front straightaway. Not sure if either one of them will be able to restart. 15. If both of those cars can't restart, that'll leave 15 of the 23 starters left here. And we are 1 lap from the halfway point. Remember, we run double file restarts until the final 5 laps. So until 5 to go, we'll be double file. And Banks sticking with that inside groove. And you see Dupree getting pushed, and he does not fire. And the push truck following him as he'll take the hill down into the pit area. They may need a little help to his trailer.
Pete, keep in mind, too, there are not many cars that have not been involved in some sort of an incident out in this modified feature. The top 4 have been clean. Of course, we saw Danny Buck getting through that other incident, but a lot of cars, people like Ryan Godown, Billy Pouch, Dominic Buffalino, kind of worried about what their cars are going to do. How badly damaged are the cars? What can't we see that might be broken on some of those cars? Pouch was kind of falling back and then getting forward again. So very interesting feature. We're not even halfway up here, and probably about 80% of the field on the track has been involved in some sort of altercation.
Well, that's a good point, Jim. Danny Buck actually was like pinball there. When he made those unbelievable moves, that was after he had already pinballed and pushed somebody else through and saved somebody else with him. And so you also have to worry, maybe something's not broke. It might just be bent, or it might be out of where they set it, and their handling's not the same anymore. And that is definitely a concern. Brandon Grosso and Justin Grosso returned last week. They are back for the 2nd straight week and moving their way up through the field. They are running 6th and 7th. But story right now is Johnny Banks. Banks started 5th, worked his way up, got the lead, and he has had things in control so far. Joe Brown trying to stay with him. Here they come, and we're back to green. Good restart that time. Bangs and Joe Brown. Jack Butler on the outside of Houseworth trying to get a run here. Butler and Houseworth. Butler to the 3rd spot. Houseworth right with him. Brandon Grosso is moving to the top 5. Everybody stays straight. A little worried there. Jack Butler and Houseworth in close quarters. They race for 3rd, and Houseworth returns the favor and takes the spot back. Here comes Danny Buck. Buck had fallen back. He's gone by about 3 cars that last lap. And he is into 4th now and looking under Houseworth off of 4. Brandon Grosso back into the top 5. He's been in and out several times. His brother right behind him, but Jack Butler right between him. And here comes Ryan Goown, 3 wide with Justin Grosso and Jack Butler on the backstretch. And Goown gets by both of them. Buck is into the 3rd spot. Cars all over the place here on the front straightaway, but everybody stays clean. Bangs into turn number 3. 17 laps complete. It'll be 12 to go this time by. Joe Brown still holding on a second. Danny Buck on his back bumper. Then it's Houseworth. Brandon Grosso is 5th. Goown is 6th, and the yellow's out with 18 down, and that is for Jack Butler, who slowed on the backstretch in turn 3. Yellow lights are on. Butler takes the car to the pit area in the 5. And as Butler had a problem, 12 laps to go, and things are looking wild here throughout this race. And now Bangs and Brown continue to be 1 and 2. Danny Buck now emerges as a new challenger. Houseworth and then Brandon Grosso. Goown, Justin Grosso, and David Schilling. That's the top 8 as we have 18 down and 12 to go.
Jack Butler went into the pits. He got extremely sideways off of turn 4. Pete, you mentioned it, cars all over the front stretch. I saw this, and Butler was spinning to the infield, and his left front made contact with another car's right rear, and that may have bent or damaged the left front, which I'm assuming is why he came to a stop. But there was some serious contact. I believe it was with Schilling. It may have been with the 51. But serious left front contact with the right rear as Butler's car was sideways heading to the infield. He got straightened out, but then obviously went back to the pits, and here he comes back out on the track.
And that brings us back to 15 cars. The push truck on the backstretch was picking up some debris back there just out of turn number 2. And was checking for more, doesn't see anything. So now we'll go white flag, 12 laps to go. As Bangs and Joe Brown, Danny Buck 3rd, Houseworth, Brandon Grosso, Goown, Justin Grosso, Schilling, and then Davey Sammons is 9th, and the 3V of Buffalino is up to 10th. Mancini knocking on the door to get back on the top 10, and then Pouch. All right, here they come. Carback, Borden, and Jack Butler are the final 3 cars as we go green, and Mancini is sideways and into the inside guardrail in turn 4, so we're going to have to do that one again. Yellow coming right back out for Paul Mancini in the 7M. And the pace truck getting a lot of miles on it in this feature event as it pulls back out on the front straightaway. Well, let's see. So Danny Buck is the point leader. He's looking to expand his point lead. He currently is 3rd. Goown is 6th. So that is a difference of 6 points. So they would increase, he would double his point lead from 6 to 12 points if they remain in those positions with 12 laps to go. I doubt that's going to happen. Anything could happen here. Pouch, who needs to make up 18 points on the point leader, 12 points on Goown, who's in front of him in second, of course, is behind both of them, so he stands to lose more ground tonight. He'll have to make some moves, and it does not look like that car has it in it, but you never know. He has been fighting it, but he is staying out there getting valuable points that may come into play next week. And anything could happen in front of him, too, here. So it's been a wild night, Jim.
Dans are cheering for Johnny Bangs. Anybody want to see Danny Buck pick up the win? How about Joe Brown? We'll find out.
All right. Bangs on the inside, downtown Joe Brown on the outside, and it is Bangs to the front. Joe Brown looking to get back to the inside groove, and he falls right in behind Houseworth around Buck from the outside of that second row and coming around Joe Brown. Jim Houseworth may have something to say about this. It is Houseworth into the second spot as they complete lap 19. Houseworth hooked up on the outside. Here comes Goown, 3 wide with Joe Brown and Danny Buck. Buck will win that battle and take third as Houseworth tracking down Johnny Bangs. Bangs on the inside. Houseworth set up on the outside. 10 to go this time. Goown and Danny Buck racing side by side for the third spot, and it is Goown, the winner 2 weeks ago, sliding up in front of last week's winner. Houseworth bidding for the lead. Houseworth has found something on the outside. He has come around Johnny Bangs, and Jim Houseworth will lead for the first time on lap 21. Bangs slips up the track. Goown slips by him underneath and into the second spot. Buck is fourth. Joe Brown trying to hang on to fifth is Justin Grasso right behind him now. Buck sliding into third as he slides up in front of Johnny Bangs off of turn number 4. Houseworth by 3 car lengths over the 26 of Goown into turn number 3. Danny Buck third. Back down the front. Buck trying to catch Goown, but a little front end problem there. The car kind of pushed out and he lost a couple of car lengths right at the apex of the turn. Johnny Bangs is fourth. Joe Brown hanging on to fifth, holding off the Grasso brothers. Specifically Justin, who is running sixth. Buffalino is eighth. Schilling ninth. Pouch is into the top 10. It's all Jim Houseworth. Houseworth is pulled away from Goown here. 5 to go. 5 laps to go, and Jim Houseworth is running on a rail at the top of the speedway. He has found he's one of the few cars running up there too. Goown, of course, is known for experimenting, and he has been running the bottom. He'll run the bottom again through 3 and 4, but he's watching Houseworth on that top side. He will follow Houseworth's line into turn number 1. Down the back and through the tri-oval. The lead is about 5 car lengths. Maybe 4. Goown trying to diamond the corners. Houseworth got way outside, and we got a yellow. Yellow is out, but we're inside of 5 to go, and it was a hard wreck in turn 1. And it was Kevin Borden hitting the fence very hard in turn number 1. And Jim, I think you saw that. I did not, but the car looks pretty heavily damaged.
To look right at it, Kevin Borden was trying to get to the inside of Chris Garback. They made contact, and the car just shot around and slammed the outside wall with the left side of that car. So there was serious contact. Here's a replay. Now watch going into 1 on the upper corner of your screen, and you'll watch Borden and Garback come together. They were running in the back of the pack right there, and yeah, that car got sideways and did not lose a lot of speed before backing hard on the left side into the wall.
Good to see Kevin Borden is okay down there as they pick up the front end of the car. Here's another replay on YouTube. This is much closer, and you see the cars switch grooves. Carback was on the bottom and pulled a slider, actually slid to the outside, and Borden just kind of slid, and he may have made slight contact with Garback's left rear, and then the car just kind of spun around. It looked like he was going around either way, even without Garback there. And Borden getting picked up. That was a hard hit. So good to see Kevin okay down there. Well, Jim Houseworth was running fourth on that last restart and has found something up on the cushion and has pretty much run the outside groove around here. He's going to have his hands full. The top two guys in points and the two guys with 3 wins apiece are on his back bumper, Ryan Godown and Danny Buck. There you see the left rear damage. That's what hit the fence. Car rolling pretty well. You see Kevin sitting in the car. So good to see Kevin is okay down there and heading back to the pits. And the car doesn't look anywhere near as damaged as I thought it was from a distance. It looked like just the left rear corner took all that impact. If that left wheel hit, it does look like it might be a little out of whack there, so it probably took some of the impact, but I'm sure he's got some suspension issues. And well, 4 to go, single file. We're inside the last 5 laps, so we are single file in the final 5 laps. 26 down, 4 to go for Jim Houseworth. Ryan Godown running second. Danny Buck, Johnny Bangs, and Joe Brown. Bangs and Brown were 1 and 2 for a chunk of this race. Justin Grasso, then Brandon Grasso, then David Schilling, or then Buffalino, and then David Schilling, and then Pouch in the 10th. Here they come. And Houseworth on the top, Godown, dives to the bottom, trying to put the pressure. Houseworth out by the fence, hangs tough, but Godown gets a run and moves into the lead. Houseworth tries to switch grooves, but that's not the groove that's been working for him. And Godown pulls away, and here comes Danny Buck. Buck down on the bottom, and both of them move by the inside and get by Houseworth. Bangs and Justin Grasso now into 5th as he gets by Joseph Brown. 2 to go for Ryan Godown. Danny Buck trying to track him down, but he's 4 car lengths off of Godown as they move into 3 and 4. Godown off the north end of the speedway. White flag is out. Final time around for Ryan Godown. Houseworth, Bangs, and Justin Grasso. David Schilling has moved into 6th. They're getting around a couple of cars. Final 2 turns. The Ringo's Rocket Ryan Godown will win for the 4th time this year. Danny Buck and Jim Houseworth, the top 3. And Ryan Godown, 4th win of the year. And the 64th win of his career. And Godown is across the scale into victory lane, and in just a moment, I'm going to send it down to Nick Leach in victory lane. Ryan Godown getting the helmet off down there. Win number 4.
Izzy Trucking and Rigging, Ellery's Creston Hydraulics, David Banco behind the wheel. You're getting all the apparatus off, SPI Transport Systems. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ringo's Rocket Ryan Go Down. Wow, what a race. I mean, this was one of them races nobody wanted to win it. Guys had to go to the pits. Guys had to come back out. You had to go to the pits, come back out. Well, it just shows that there's a very racy racetrack out there, a lot of lanes, and a lot of guys are choosing different ones, and some guys aren't.
Well, you know, listen, it's hard. I mean, I got, you know, Davey got hopping over there, and I thought I hit the brakes enough, and he came down. I just glanced him a little bit, and it you know, obviously flattened the right front and spun us out. And, you know, it's unfortunate for me and Davey there. It's just obviously there's the one hole, but, you know, obviously it was, you know, there's no quitting this team. You know, and I did that, and I was like, you know, there's got a long hole to climb out of, and we just keep giving our heart every week. You know, we ain't perfect, but we just keep giving the heart out there, and you know, hopefully we had a good show for the fans. And you're right. I mean, nobody seemed like they wanted to win that race. We just kept clinging and getting one guy, and you know, just fortunate enough for that get that last caution, because I don't think I would have got Jim if it wasn't for that last caution.
Yeah, he was driving a hell of a race, and now this sets the tone, right? This sets the tone for a shootout next week, championship night. What do you think?
I don't know, like we said, you know, it's just our theory all along. You win races and championships come, and that's how it was tonight. And, you know, maybe, you know, I replay that deal back with Davey a little bit more, but, you know, it is what it is. You're racing hard. You're racing, you know, and everybody's racing hard, and everybody's racing you hard. And you got to take the holes when you give them. You know, it's like everybody's so close. You screw up a little bit, and you got to fill the hole. You got to fill the hole, and that's what we thought we did tonight. I just want to thank, obviously, all my sponsors, all the crew that's been working their butt off. Izzy Chuck and Riggin, Ellery's Bar and Grill, Strawberry Roofing, Crescent Hydraulics, TMI, Trick Race Parts. You know, Stefan's been working real hard. And obviously, tap my hat to my crew. My brother been working his butt off. You know, Mike Carlucci in the shop. You know, we just keep doing what we're doing. And obviously, Roger, Ronnie with the bodies, Billy Curtis, you know, Dan Fleming, Tom Hart, you know, my son, all of them, that we just keep plugging away. And hopefully, you know, we'll see next week. You know, listen, you got to go into it like you got to win the race, right? So we're in second, and we're going to go like we need to win the race next week. And how the chips fall, how they are. I mean, Danny's been fast. He was right there at the end, and we're just going to keep plugging away. And obviously, thank all my my family support, obviously my girlfriend, and then obviously want to top my hat to my son. He's watching at home, and obviously my daughter Savannah, and wish they could be here. But, you know, we're going to give it our all, and we'll be back next week ready to go.
Rye, did you ever think when you started this thing, this is win number 200 for Ryan Godown?
Yeah, that's you know, it's kind of shocking when you're a little kid at Flemington just dreaming about the race, and then to think about it. And we didn't think about numbers all year. And when they told me, it's like, listen, we got jobs to do, and we're going to celebrate 200, but we're more focused on getting ready for next week already. And just glad chance to have a lot of car owners and sponsors behind me to be able to get to that 200. And, you know, obviously I don't know if I'll ever make 300 getting old, but 200 is pretty cool, and something you can hang your head on. And it's something we all worked and gave up a lot of time in our life to do in racing. So just pretty cool.
Well, like fine wine, he's probably going to get better with age, so I see like 250, 275. Let's hear it for Ryan Godown. He gets it done tonight. Ryan's going to draw the 50-50. We'll tell you what it is. One, right, Chris? One ticket? All right, get your 50-50 tickets out. Get your own stub out and look at it, and we'll tell you what the number is. What do you got, kid? Yeah, you can read it. Go ahead.
Wait, can you hold this? Yep, red ticket. Okay, it's a red ticket, and the number is 760725. It's a red ticket, and the number is 760725. If you have the winning ticket, go in the office and claim your money.
Thank you, Lindsay. You've done a wonderful job. All right, let's hear it one more time for Ryan Godown. We got a crate race coming up, and it's going to be a good one. I'll turn it back over to Pistol Pete. He's up in the Diamond Suite.
Thanks a lot, Nick. All right, the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate 602 Sportsman are the final feature of the night. 25 laps the distance, and this is while it's quiet. I'll give you the starting lineup while they finish victory lane and clear the front straightaway. We'll be starting on the pole will be our last year's rookie champion, Stephen Puglisi. Steve Puglisi Jr. out of Beechwood in the number 43. Remember, that car has a Paul Mancini number 7M side panel on the right side of the car. It'll look like the 7M on the front straightaway if you look at the roof and you look at the left side of the car when it goes into turns 1 and 2 and down the backstretch. It's the number 43 like it usually is. Lining up alongside of Puglisi in the Flemington Auto Body number 17 from Washington, that's Dan Fleming. Third starting spot goes to Hunter Plowski in the Flemington Department Store number 27. Hunter is a co-rookie champion this year. And alongside of him will be Ryan Marr, our rookie champion 2 years ago. He's out of Neptune. He drives the number 51. Mike Toth in the 89 out of Hellertown, Pennsylvania will start in the 5th position. Alongside of him will be John Scarpati in the S2. Then it's Ethan Bill in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 14. He's out of Piles Grove Township. He'll start 7th, and alongside of him in the Lions Construction Hugs for Brady number 88 is Glenn McIntyre. 9th starting position, the A-plus spray foam installation number 18 of Parkertown's Ryan Heim. And alongside of him in the A. Yaros Industries, number 41 is Nick Van Wickle. 11th starting position, he was our 2022 rookie champion. Driving the G&T Erectors number 32C is David Malozar. And lining up alongside of Malozar in the Ellery's Neighborhood Pub and Grill, number 29 out of South Plainfield, Matt Ellery. Mike Butler out of Bedminster is in the 04, the short load ready mix concrete 04. He'll start 13th. And alongside of him, the current point leader, driving the Masker Racing Premio Sausage number 72 from Cream Ridge is Steve Davis. Ryan Simmons is in the Elegant Exteriors number 20. He will start in the 15th position. Simmons currently 2nd in points. Got his first win a couple weeks ago back on August 9th. He is also our defending champ. And lining up alongside of him in the 9X is Sean Cook. Tommy Klimkowski is in the 22. He'll start 17th. Then it'll be the 81 of John Norsha. Therese Omick in the 38 will start 19th, and it's Pat Wall in the 5W. Aiden Spencer is in the 921, our other rookie co-rookie champion this year with Hunter Plowski. That's Aiden Spencer in the 921, and Dylan Morris in the 34 is scheduled to start last. All 22 cars making the call. All right, next time by will be your wave lap. Get ready to wave to them. This is your chance to send them off. 25 laps the distance here for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. And Ryan Marr in the 51 heads to the pit area. Well, that's a tough break. Pat Wall's body has changed. He has now a black with orange lettering number 5W as the white flag comes out, and we're staying yellow here. Yellow lights are back on. Well, now Ryan Simmons has stopped on the backstretch. Simmons was scheduled to start 15th, last in the handicapping. All right, here they come. Puglisi bringing them to green, racing. And the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsmen are underway for 25 laps. Puglisi out in front with Dan Fleming, Hunter Plowski, and Mike Toth. Through 3 and 4, Puglisi is going to lead lap number 1. Through 1 and 2, Puglisi and Fleming setting the pace for the field. Hunter Plowski got up high there. And Scarpati drives by. Scarpati up a couple of spots and into 3rd. And Mike Toth looking for a way by him. Ethan Bill down on the bottom under Mike Toth. Aiden Spencer is slow and pulling into the infield, so we will stay green. He is off the track. Dan Fleming putting the pressure on Puglisi as they race off at turn number 4. Ethan Bill now to 3rd, Ryan Heim to 4th. Fleming took another look under Puglisi, couldn't make it stick, pulls back in behind as they race down the back. Ethan Bill is 3rd. Here comes Dan Fleming again. Heim 4th, Scarpati, Toth, McIntyre. 3 wide back there at the back of the top 10 with Ellery, Simmons, and Van Wickle. Fleming makes the pass. Dan Fleming is your new leader in the number 17. He'll lead lap number 5 down the front. Fleming bringing them off at turn number 2 and down the back. Puglisi with Ethan Bill closing in on him quickly. Ethan Bill in the number 14. They complete lap number 6 all over the back bumper of Puglisi looking for 2nd. Heim is 4th. Scarpati holding off Mike Toth for the 5th spot. McIntyre is 7th. Mike Butler is 8th. Then it's Matt Ellery 9th. And Simmons moving into the top 10 as he's under Van Wickle and into 10th off of 4. Ethan Bill taking another look, but Puglisi, though, holding him off. Ryan Heim trying to close in on that pair. Dan Fleming cruising out in front right now. Good battles all over the track. Field starting to spread out here. I'll complete lap 9 this time by, and Dan Fleming has things well in hand right now as Ethan Bill leaning on Puglisi off of 4 and using the bottom groove, and Ethan Bill takes over second. Ethan Bill into that second spot. Ryan Heim looking strong in the 18. As he pulls the older car out, the one that's got the wins on it. And suddenly looking fast here as he looks underneath Puglisi down the back looking for third, and he is even with Puglisi going into 3. Dan Fleming's lead is starting to evaporate as Ethan Bill is running him down. Scarpati continues to be 5th, holding off Mike Toth and Mike Butler. Ellery is 8th, McIntyre back in 9th, and then Van Wickle. And Simmons has fallen behind Malozar back to 12th. He's only 1 spot ahead of Steve Davis. Ethan Bill is hunting down Dan Fleming, and the yellow lights are on. We got a car backwards in turn 4, or sideways, that is John Norsha in the 81. So yellow out for John Norsha in the 81 in turn number 4, and that's going to close the field up with 12 laps complete. Got almost half of the race in. 12 down, 13 to go, so that's about half. Dan Fleming's lead had evaporated. Ethan Bill was running him down. Now Bill will get a start alongside of him. Dan Fleming will have lane choice.
As we're watching the battle for the lead, we're also watching the points battle back in the pack between Ryan Simmons and the I'm Starving Backyard Barbecue car of Steve Davis in the 72. And Pete, you've been doing some math up here, and really Ethan Bill, if he had won last week, it would have been a 3-car dance for this points championship with just tonight and next week remaining, but unfortunately he got bit by the scales last week, and he lost what would have been a 60-point night. He's trying to redeem himself here tonight, coming on the outside of Dan Fleming on the restart, but right now the points are tight between Steve Davis and Ryan Simmons. Ryan Simmons really needs to finish quite a few spots up ahead of Davis to really have a good shot going into next week, right?
Well, that's right. A 27-point difference. And we'll give you an idea. That's a 30. So that's about 1st to 12th. And he's only 1 point spot ahead of him, so we would only close in 2 points at the moment, and the green is out. And it's Ethan Bill underneath Dan Fleming. Fleming grabbed the lead. Ethan Bill fell in behind, dives underneath them. They're side by side in the 3. Here's the battle for the lead. Ethan Bill to the front. Take him down the front. Ryan Heim trying to follow him through. Heim down on the bottom. He'll slide up in front of Dan Fleming and into second. Mike Butler with a great restart is up to 4th. Here comes Ellery under Scarpati as they battle for 5th. Puglisi has slid out of the top 5, battling with Mike Toth for 7th. Toth will get that spot. Simmons boxed in back there, and Steve Davis has fell back another spot as Simmons gets a run off of turn 2, puts 3 cars between himself and Davis now. Simmons trying to pick off cars here. as Ethan Bill leading Ryan Heim. Those two have pulled away. Mike Butler takes third from Dan Fleming. Here comes Ellery under Fleming and into fourth. Simmons is up to seventh now. Steve Davis back in 11th. They complete lap 16, 9 laps to go. Ethan Bill by almost half a straightaway now over Ryan Heim. Simmons on the move, dives underneath Mike Toth, can't make it stick. Simmons is in 8th, trying to get a spot here as he lost a spot. Never quite got Mike Toth, now trying to get him again here as laps are clicking away. That's the race within the race between Simmons and Davis, and Simmons down on the bottom. He'll pick up another spot as he gets by Mike Toth. Davis trying to get that spot as he's under Nick Van Wickle and gets by him. Van Wickle fighting back on the outside. Ethan Bill completing lap number 19, and he has 3/4 of a straightaway lead now. Ethan Bill was on a mission tonight. After last week, and Bill cruising out in front. 5 laps to go. It's the Hi, how are you lap. He has a full straightaway. Simmons is up to 6th. Steve Davis is 10th. That would be an 8-point pickup. He'd be inside of 20 points. Simmons trying to run Dan Fleming down. Oh, we got 2 cars together in turn 4 and the yellow lights are on. Now that's going to close things up again. Ethan Bill's big lead as he raced. Him and Ryan Heim were pulling away, and then it was Ethan Bill leaving Ryan Heim well behind. John Norsha and Tia Almec were the 2 cars involved in turn 4. All right, Ethan Bill, your leader over Ryan Heim. Mike Butler running 3rd. Matt Ellery 4th. Dan Fleming 5th. Ryan Simmons is up to 6th. Simmons 4 spots ahead of Steve Davis. That would close 8 points in. They make it closer for next Saturday night on championship night. Here's the green lights and the green flag, and we're back underway here with 4 laps to go. A single file restart because they were inside of 5 to go. There is 4 to go. Simmons with a big run. Outside the inside, he goes by Dan Fleming and into 5th. That's another spot for Ryan Simmons. Simmons takes a look to the inside, can't get by Ellery as they complete lap number 22. Steve Davis goes far outside, but can't make up a spot there as he's trying to get by Mike Toth. 2 to go. 2 laps to go for Ethan Bill. Simmons trying to run Ellery down for 4th. Simmons into the top 5. Steve Davis is still 10th. White flag is out for Ethan Bill one more time around. Davis goes back to the inside. Got a 2 Garris side-by-side battle right in front of him here at the white flag. Final turn, Ethan Bill is going to take the double checkers down the front. Ryan Heim, Mike Butler, Matt Ellery, and Ryan Simmons will finish in the 5th spot. Steve Davis got by Scarpati, so he finishes 9th. So it's only an 8-point gain by Ryan Simmons. So Ethan Bill is your winner in the 14. He will head to the scale. And Bill headed to victory lane. Jim Murdoch makes his way down.
Izzy Trucking and Rigging Incorporated, Gen X, Electrical Contractors, All Country Garage Door, Advanced Tile Creations, Ethan Bill wanted to be here last week, was a couple pounds light at the scales. Not the case tonight. Getting all the safety gear off. Climbing out of the car one more time in 2025, your Sportsman feature winner, Ethan Bill. Ethan, the scales bit you last week, unfortunately, but we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about your dominated performance tonight. What about that move to take the lead? You dove down into turn 3, and you were diamonding that corner. You had a lot of speed. You had to keep it wound up because the track had a lot of bite in it tonight.
Yeah, I mean, this track is super fun to race. Like, hats off to the track crew. I mean, it's been top-notch week in and week out, and that diamond line that I run, I absolutely love running it, and the car just works really good with it.
It was so neat to watch all that speed you carry going into 3 and going into 1, and then you just shoot down the track and pass and then right back up to the top side.
Yeah, car, I mean, can't thank my dad enough. I mean, he wasn't here last week for what happened, but he gave me another great car tonight, and we're still here.
And you do most of the work yourself. Last week you were a one-man pit crew back there.
Well, I definitely don't do most of the work. That's all my dad. But no, I had a bunch of help from a lot of people that I knew and didn't know. But can't thank them all enough. That last week should have been for them, but this week's for them.
Going into the points, not out of it totally yet, but one more points. What's your goal for next week?
Just go back and win again.
And you're having fun out there doing it.
Absolutely.
One more time, he made the switch to Asia Speedway this year. He's won a bunch of feature races. One more time for Ethan Bill. So we'll throw it back upstairs real quick for some final thoughts from Pete Wortman, if he's still up in the booth. He'll give you the rundown, the top 5, top 10 from the Sportsman, and then we'll see you all here again next Saturday night. Pete, take it away.
Well, thanks, Jim. And once again, congratulations to our 2 winners, Ryan Godown, well, 3 winners, Bobby Drayton, Jim Hawks in the vintage cars, and of course Ethan Bill here in the Sportsman. Next week it is championship night, next Saturday night. Racing gets underway at 6:30. Warm-ups are at 5:30. The front gates open at 4 o'clock. The pits will open at 3. All 5 divisions will crown champions and will all be in action next Saturday night in their final point races of the year. Highlighted by the modifieds, who will come down to a 2-point difference. Danny Buck leading Ryan Godown by 2 points. Coming into next Saturday night, it'll be who can finish ahead of who. So we look forward to that event next Saturday night. So until then, have a great week, have a safe week, and we will see you back here 1 week from tonight to crown 5 champions next Saturday night here at the New Egypt Speedway on championship night. Until then, I'm Pistol Pete Wortman for Jim Murdoch and Nitro Nick Leach, and we'll see you here 1 week from tonight.
Break it down.